You know, when you do this test, would you say it's closer to Rowbotham or the Wallace one? Which one is yours?
Well,
closest to?
it's not a bulge test. It's which I think they were both bulge tests. Mine is a drop test. George, tell him, which means
it's
much bigger.
A new one.
Well, it's not the same as Rowbotham's or the Wallace one because I'm testing drop and not bulge, so I get a much bigger effect. I'm going to get an effect of drop of about 20 feet, and I'll be able to point to it and say, "Look, there's your drop." Well, let me finish my sentence. I'm going to be able to point to the post and say, "Look, that 20 feet there, that is drop. That's how much the Earth has curved from the observation site." I'm going to be able to point to the post and say, "Look, that 20 feet there, that is drop. That's how much the Earth has curved from the observation site." George, tell him.
Because the thing you have to remember is the water level, no matter how you set it up, if you compare the two ends, that the two ends, the level or the height of the water in your tubes, rising tubes on either end, are guaranteed to be at the same elevation or at the same level.
I got your numbers right here.
I am speaking for all globers.
It's just as easy as 1,
This
2,
test
3.
that Rumpus is doing,
You have to open your mind.
You're not qualified to even talk to me.
Imagination is all you need.
super all level. This test that Rumpus is doing,
Everything that they say is in vain.
You don't understand the horizontal level is different. George, tell him.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
George, tell him.
super all level. This test
I'm not interested.
that Rumpus is doing,
Just calling him a wanker then?
Yeah, I just want to call him.
Oh, come on, Rumpus. Come on.
super all level.
What's your predictions, Rumpus? What do you expect to
That
see?
Rumpus is doing,
Well, I expect there to be drop-off, given I believe in one living on a spin.
Everything is relative to you.
super all level.
You just have to say it in generality.
George, tell him.
Just like those straight lines.
George, like it's just an auto level plus some more.
Drive down the road, don't you
super
ever
all level.
swerve.
This test that Rumpus is
I
doing,
don't know
George, tell him. You stupid wanker, we know that.
where all of this
George,
goes.
tell him. You stupid dickhead.
Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
this test that Rumpus is doing,
Never take advice from fools.
super all level.
'Cause everything that they do is in vain.
George, tell
How
him.
far could you see down
This
there?
test
Oh, I can
that
see all the way.
Rumpus is doing,
All the way.
All the way.
super all level.
We haven't done any measurements or anything, or been able to look through an auto level mapping, but we have
Super
determined that we can
level.
see these targets at 8 kilometers, but we tell haven't him. done any raising or done things. And,
Super all level. The outline is like a super all level.
I know the game that you're playing,
So how far could you see down there?
and I know exactly what's on your
George,
mind.
tell him. Oh, I can see all the way.
You got your playbook, it's all
All the way.
All the way.
Super all
Your
level.
model dictates
I like it, that.
you
George,
will
tell him.
fight.
Yeah, I can see all the way along the old Bedford River from one end to the other.
know
Super all level.
George, tell him.
where all of this goes.
Super all level.
Don't take advice from fools.
This test
Everything
that Rumpus
they
is
say
doing,
is in vain.
George, tell him.
I'm not doing construction site work. I'm doing some precision measure. Super all
We
level.
all know what they do is in vain.
George, tell him. It does exactly what an auto level. George, tell him it does exactly what an auto level can do. Put more
It's
effort
a
almost
historic
into the
thing.
production side.
Nearly
Yes,
as
it will be.
historic as Ramsey's
This test
observation.
that Rumpus is doing,
It's nearly as historic as Ramsey's observation. I mean,
Well, I
this
think
one,
all Rant is doing is just looking through an auto level, isn't it? I don't think he's doing
Super.
much.
yeah,
He's
but
just-
nobody's ever done that before.
George,
like
tell
that
him.
is proper new shit. I mean, people have had to go at the Bedford
super
stuff before,
all level.
right? I mean, I know you're doing something new by looking for the drop.
This
And
test
that's never been
that
done.
Rumpus is doing,
Right? Nobody's
think it
ever
has, actually.
looked
George,
for,
tell him,
nobody's
there were
ever
some
looked for the drop of the water
super
level.
all level.
In reality, I I have the bowl in my hand. I walk to the airport, no change in orientation. I get on the plane, no change in orientation. I fly, no change in orientation. The bowl is still horizontal. I held it. I land where pages, I give her the bowl. The bowl has never changed in orientation. Yet you are asserting that it went upside down.
Yes.
You're senile.
You just don't think it changed orientation.
Take advice from fools.
But I'm saying that the most you could,
George, tell him.
the only thing that could interfere with that measurement, like I said, would be possibly some refraction. This test that Rumpus is doing,
George, tell him.
no, not at all.
George, tell him.
Well, I know it does. But I was trying, this test that Rumpus is doing, which I've done several times over the last 3 years,
George, tell him.
shows you that it actually is. And you could verify that yourself even using your 400-meter water level.
George, tell him.
The water level is not setting the horizontal, it's setting a level line. The water level would be most accurate for setting
George, tell him.
the level line or equal elevations. But that's not what you're seeing looking through the auto level.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain.
George, tell him.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they do is in vain.
George, tell him.
Like I say, for construction site, the 5 millimeters for him is probably good enough,
George, tell him.
But when I'm setting things up, I'm getting my theodolite set up so that I can resolve vertical differences of a millimeter at 100 meters, or which works out to 2 inches over about 2.7 miles. Same thing. That's what I'm trying to set up,
It does exactly what an auto-level. George, tell him it does exactly what an auto-level can do.
which works out to 2 inches over about 2.7 miles. Same thing.
George, tell him.
That's what I'm trying to set up.
What's your predictions, Rumpus? What do you expect to see?
George, tell him.
Take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
Well, I expect there to be drop, obviously, given I'm
Never take advice from fools.
believing that there's one
We
big
all
hemisphere.
know what they do is in vain.
George, tell him the auto-light just does also. The auto-light is just an auto-level plus some more. George, tell him.
I'm not doing construction site work. I'm doing some precision measurements.
George, tell him.
I'm not doing construction site work. I'm doing some precision measurements.
George, tell him.
I'm on a Skype call. I gotta mute myself there.
Oh, back channels.
How's the Rumpus doing?
He's doing good. A little problem with health on his back today, but other than that, I guess he's doing all right.
Tell him to stretch his hamstrings. Usually tight hamstrings.
He'll be lifting all of that stuff. Tell him to lift with his straight back. Bend his knees.
Use your legs, but stretch your hamstrings if you're going to use your legs. Save your back. Tight hamstrings mess your back up.
Oh, I'm sure he knows all that.
He's not trying to
Say what?
he's not trying to wiggle out of the test, is he?
Oh, no. He just wasn't able to go to the level today. He's going to try to go tomorrow. He's just working on his thermistor poles today at home. I guess the weather was bad too over there, he was saying.
Personally, I'm anxious to see what's gonna come out of it.
Well, getting closer. He's talking maybe by the end of the month. So
Wow.
I guess it'll pretty much depend on what happens tomorrow when he goes there, how much he can get accomplished.
Is he Is he got the poles there?
As far as I understand, yeah.
Right. Nice.
But, you know, the thing that makes it difficult is having to tear things down at the end of the day and then have to set up again when you go back, you know.
Yeah, has he got somewhere to keep them, or does he take them all back home with him?
No, I think he has a place to store the stuff there.
Yeah, a locker or something. I think he was talking about some Cambridge lads or something, was he? Some sort of society I can remember him talking about.
I have no idea. I've never heard about.
Have you not? Oh, it might have been. He might have just been chatting about it then.
Hey, George, you hear that Blue booted us from his server?
No, I haven't been on his server in a long time. Well, I guess I am a member of the server, but it never seems like there's any activity going on over there.
Well, there was when we went over.
Oh, we had a good time.
Okay.
A couple of times, I believe it was swinging, but then we got booted.
But that was in VC or just in the chat?
No, gone from the Discord, booted completely out.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is, were you in chat when you were with him or in the VC? Because every time I've gone there, I've never see anything taking place in the VC. It's just stuff in the chat gets posted.
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, well, this time we went over there, and we worked up a group at one point. I think we were 18 people or something. We were in the VC. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, like I say, I've been on his server for over a year, and I've never really seen a VC participation there.
There never is. You're right. The reason I asked you is because I know you're buddies with him and you talk with him.
It's a fucking fallacy.
Well, we don't talk that often. I exchange emails with him once in a while, but it's not very frequently.
Oh my God.
Because look, Jose banned us too, but we couldn't give personally, I couldn't give a flying you-know-what, but Blue, I was kind of surprised that Blue banned us. We didn't,
originally
we didn't do any, like, vicious thing or anything like that.
Well, I don't know. Like I say, this is the first I've heard of it, so I can't give you any information.
Fair enough.
Let's see here. Looking in his list. Yeah, I guess you're not on there.
Yeah, I'm just up in the wilderness here, man. So it's,
He booted a lot of us. Every one of us gone. Well, I think almost all of us.
Yeah,
all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely
Okay.
all of us.
Yeah, like I say, this is news to me.
So what have you been up to, George?
Oh, today Con and I did a lot of walking. It took Con out. We had a fairly warm day out today, so we kind of went around and did quite a bit of walking. I wanted to try to limber him up a little more. He's been having some issues with his back muscles in his back legs. But that's what we did today, and other days we're trying to get ready for winter time.
Well, it's not the same like in the lake. I'm sure you're not at the lake anymore, right?
Oh no, we go every day, and we spend time on the property there. We both, enjoy being at the lake there. It's a real quick trip. It only takes 5 minutes to get to the property.
Oh, so okay. So you're not missing much. Okay, all right.
No, it's a quick trip. We just hop in the truck and we're there in 5 minutes.
Are you rebuilding, George?
Not this year. No.
No. Do you have plans to, though?
Well, maybe. I'll go through the wintertime and give things some thought. Maybe it's an opportunity to do something different. Maybe, I don't know. I've been thinking, I've been kind of looking at some of these people with these mobile motorhomes, these big deals, and thinking, geez, that might be kind of cool. Go cruise for a couple of years around the country or something. I don't
Nathan Thompson and Whitsett.
know. No, not quite.
Join them on the bus.
No, I don't think so.
George, that'd be epic if you traveled with them, man. I have to say.
Speaking of the devil, look what the cat just dragged in.
Nah, he left.
What's
He
that?
left?
Who?
The Rumpus.
Rumpus was here.
No way.
Yeah.
The Rumpus.
Is he checking up on you, George?
Where? I don't see him.
He's
He
just left.
He popped in and popped out.
Oh,
You're not going to get in trouble or anything for coming here?
me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Larry
Hang on
gets
a second.
told for talking to us. He gets told off.
Just a minute.
You're a grown-ass
Hey,
man, George. You can go wherever you want.
Yeah, you can do what
Hey,
you want.
Rumpus. What you doing, Rumpus?
See, there you go. He's on Skype. Tell him to come in here. Fucking hell.
Bev wants you to go into the server.
He's just been in. You pressed the wrong button or something.
No, I've got two. I've got Discord and Skype both up. Rumpus is on Skype. You guys are on Discord. Hang on a second.
I thought that.
Oh, he can't hear me. I have the mic. Okay. Hey, Rumpus, Bev wants you to go into the server. Yeah.
Yeah,
Huh?
come on. Come on, man.
Just a civil conversation, just chilling.
Tell him you want him to come or else he won't come, George.
I'm sure he heard that. No, I didn't
Personally, I
think
don't
he
care
said
if he comes or not, but...
No, the guys over in Bev's server want you to come in.
Oh, George, now that I have you together, we can maybe discuss the Koala borehole. Because when I asked
No,
Rumpus, he said he would talk to you about it. Just throwing that out there.
Wait, hold on, Esther. I think it mutes when someone on Discord is speaking. I'm not muting myself. Yeah, Rumpus is asking for what reason. Montreal wants you in for to discuss the borehole.
He can come and tell us about his test or something. Practice for his making his video.
Or his test, yeah.
Well, they want to talk to you about the test too. Forget about the borehole. All right.
We're open,
We'll see you
whatever
there.
he wants.
He's coming. He's here. He's here, Montreal.
Hey, Rumpus, what do you want to talk about? The hole or your test?
Well, I'm about to. Well, I'm pretty sleepy. It's quite late here, so I'm not particularly keen on talking about anything particularly. But
How about a quick rundown on your test, then? We won't keep you.
okay, well, it's doing basically the test that George did. It's long, 8 kilometers. It's mostly there. We're intending to do it in a short period of time, in a week or so, and got 8 people involved, and but I haven't finalised some of it. There's some bits about the internet connection that I haven't quite sorted out yet, which may cause us to delay it by a week. And the weather's also a bit dodgy on the day we're proposing to do it. It's a bit windy and also a bit wet. So it's being interfered with a bit of weather and a bit of internetness, but the stuff is there. Not all the equipment is ready to go. I'm going to do installing some more in the next couple of days.
Can I ask the height of the observation, Rumpus?
That'll be about 15 feet. Bloody hell, who's thrashing with their bin?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Con shaking. I'll mute.
The observation
15 feet
height
above the water surface, Rumpus?
Yeah, the observation height is about 18 feet above the water.
Okay. And distance?
Up to 8 kilometers.
8 kilometers. Oh,
Yep.
nice.
6 miles. 6 miles.
And how
So-
many posts in between? How many?
4.
4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
And the target size at the other far end is 5 feet by 4 feet, so it's rather big. And that's the thing about the wind is a problem, because when you've got something 5 feet by 4 feet up 30 feet in the air, it tends to blur around a lot and tends to try and pull everything down and tends to flap about a lot and break. So the wind is a problem when it's that big.
Good stuff.
30 feet in the air.
I wish you luck, despite our differences, obviously, you know.
Well, you said. Well,
at
you
least
just
you're
said.
doing
Was
something.
it? What did you say about 3 weeks ago? You said it is not happening. It was all a lie. I was
Yeah,
lying.
I was the first to say it, yeah. And then,
Yeah,
and
you're
if
a
you
complete
do it, I will,
wanker. Yeah, you're a
I
complete
will
wanker.
apologize personally.
Yeah, you're just a wanker. So I mean,
Even
Are you live
I
streaming it?
apologize, I'm a wanker.
you live
Assuming you
streaming it?
do it, that is.
well, I might be delayed by a week. I mean, it's possible. It's possible if I can't get the internet stuff sorted out, I might not be doing it live or something. So there's still possibilities of it might screw up, but your initial reaction was to assume, like everything else, it's a lie, and I just thought, what a dickhead! All the evidence
Yes,
that people tell you going to be in
guilty.
the it just
Hasn't
demonstrates what
everybody been
your
saying that
underlying
about
character,
us?
unfortunately.
Didn't you
Sorry?
say that about our test as well, though, Rumpus?
Yeah.
I say, what about
What does
your
that
test?
make you, a
I never,
wanker as
I
well?
never
You said that it
I
would
never
never
said you
get
weren't
done.
I never said you weren't doing it.
Oh,
I never
I
said
thought it
something
was
stupid
you'd
like
never
I
do
never
it.
said
You'd never get it done. It might not have been
I never
you.
said
It might
that.
have been everybody
I never
else.
said that.
Yeah.
I never ever said that. I've never said you weren't doing it. I've never said I've never disparaged or in any way said that the test wasn't going to happen or you weren't doing it or you were making anything up about it. I've never said anything along those lines whatsoever. It's an absolutely idiotic test which you don't understand because you don't understand any part of what you're doing, but you're
It's
stupid.
been done.
But I've never claimed you
done.
weren't doing it or anything about it.
Oh, come on, bro. Oh.
So a full compliment, in other words.
Well, but I don't assume people are lying, which is what you do. I assumed that Bev
I didn't
was telling
lie.
the
I
truth.
said you wouldn't do it, and I admitted to it.
You claimed that it was all some sort of piece of fiction, that this thing was in my garden was just some sort of made up thing, and it wasn't really
No, that
happening.
wasn't me, the garden part. That was somebody else. That
No,
wasn't
it was
me.
you. You said that's just a picture of Rumpus's garden. You specifically said
Yeah,
that.
it was
I
a
specifically remember
maypole
it.
in your
I might
garden.
have said that. Yeah, okay.
You
Okay, I might have
you
said
did
that.
say that, right? You're
Well, where
beginning to
was it
remember. Good.
taken, that picture, Rumpus?
Sorry?
Where was that picture taken?
The one of the big post. I didn't realise you'd seen it.
Yeah, the big
one-
mast.
The big mast thing, yeah.
Yeah.
That where was it taken?
Yeah.
In my garden.
There you go. So it was a picture of taken in your
So
garden.
we were right then.
Yeah, I didn't claim it wasn't. But your
Well, why are
argument
you
was.
having to go with...
So
Essay then.
Listen. He said
Yeah.
it's not going to happen. That was only a picture of something which could have been anything in my garden. And from
And
that
which
point
it
of view, he
was.
said, therefore, he said I was lying about doing the whole thing.
I don't think so.
No, I never said you were lying.
Well,
I said you were not going to do it.
He said
No,
it
didn't
was
say you were lying.
no.
in
You
your
said no.
garden.
You said nothing's happened. No, you did more than that. You didn't just say it wasn't going to happen. You implied the whole thing was a fake.
Well,
I can't remember
But
exactly what
there's no
phrase-
need
Wait a
for
minute.
you to be so upset about it, Rumpus. You're
Well,
going to do it,
no,
aren't
no,
you?
you misunderstand. No, you misunderstand. I'm not upset at all. I mean, SE Mondrian just confirmed, he's a git. His immediate reaction.
don't
Oh,
think
wait
so.
a minute. That's not fair because he
his
just
immediate
said.
response. His
Wait a
immediate
minute.
response to anybody is that they're either lying or faking.
Yep.
And whereas I never do that, I assume that even some tosser
hang-
like Bev is at least doing what he says. He's not I don't believe him to be a liar.
But hang on.
He's
You're
a moron
whistling-
and a manipulator, but I don't believe he sort of goes out his way to lie about what he's doing.
You're whistling past the graveyard. Essie just said if you do it, he'll apologize.
I'm not interested in his apology.
Just calling him a wanker then?
Yeah, I just want to call him a wanker. Yeah. That's
Oh,
my
come on, Rumpus. Come on.
Well, I'm not going to
You
overdo
wouldn't
it.
accept my apology? That would hurt my feelings.
I'm afraid you behave so badly in general. I just don't care what you do. And if you call me a lie, it doesn't actually affect me. But to me, it just confirms how you behaved over the last, I don't know,
It affects
year or
you
so.
bad enough to call him a wanker.
Yeah, well, I'll call him a wanker. Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, I regard you as one of the worst. I mean, you're not as bad as Bev, I suppose. You actually do engage when people ask you questions. You don't try and dodge the question usually. You ask stupid things. You assume people are lying, which Bev does as well. But he also then refuses to engage in questions, and he's not an honest interlocutor. At least you, I think, you're an honest interlocutor.
We know how this goes. It's just repetition. You know, when you do this test, would you say it's closer to Rowbotham or the Wallace one? Which one is yours?
Well, it's not a bulge test. It's which I think they were both bulge tests. Mine is a drop test, which means it's much bigger.
A new one.
Well, it's not the same as Rowbotham's or the Wallace one because I'm testing drop and not bulge, so I get a much bigger effect. I'm going to get an effect of drop of about 20 feet, and I'll be able to point to it and say, look, there's any drop. Let me finish my sentence. I'm going to be able to point to the post and say, look, that 20 feet there, that is drop. That's how much the Earth has curved from the observation site.
Mm-hmm.
So that's different.
So you're planning to eyeball all the posts, correct?
Absolutely. There's going to be live. I'm hoping to have live streaming from all the posts. You'll be able to see them being raised and lowered live from the bridge. The screen that I'll be live streaming will have 3 or 4 live streams inside it. One from the bridge, and then 2 or more from the actual posts themselves. So you'll be able to see people raising the post at one end, and then you'll be able to see the same thing from the bridge happening together, and you'll be able to see both of them happening at the same time.
Nice. Have you got a camera on your auto level?
I have got a camera on the auto level, yes.
Nice.
But that won't. It'll only be for partial because it's not got the resolution I want. I'll be switching between that and the real camera. But there will be cameras through the auto level at points.
What do you mean the real camera? You've got another, like a P1000 or something as well.
I do have access to that as well, but you can't really attach a decent camera to the auto level, so there'll only be occasional looks through that. But it'll just confirm. But you'll be able to. There will be camera shots through the auto level, but the main shots will not be. But I'll be combining them.
Sweet.
It's quite moderately sophisticated.
What camera have you got then? What for?
Well, actually, I was going to use a Canon 250D to do this because it can live stream clean HDMI stream. It's good at streaming, but then I was then offered the chance to use a P1000, which I may or may not use, and then I'm being offered another camera by someone else who's coming along, which will possibly do it in infrared and through a telescope. So I've got 3 camera options at the moment. And different magnifications possibly using a telescope. I have yet to decide. I've tested one of those combinations, 2 of them, in fact, actually. No, I haven't tested the live streaming from the. Yes, I have actually tested live streaming from the P1000. Yes, I have in fact done that. But I haven't tested the live streaming through this other camera, which does it in infrared through a telescope. That bit I haven't done because that's going to be brought along by the chap on the day. And so I'd want to I'll have that as a backup. Potentially, I'll have an infrared observation as well, which will clear up some of the mess from because at 8 kilometers we've done. We haven't done any measurements or anything, or been able to look through an auto level or anything. But we have determined that we can see these targets at 8 kilometers, but we haven't done any raising of them and things, and so we haven't done the test yet. But I've established that we can see these targets, these 5 foot by 4 feet targets. Through the cameras, and I've established that we will be able to see them. They have a sufficient number of pixels, but they do get a bit messed up by the turbulence and the refraction. But if we do it in infrared, then we might be able to see them a bit more clearly. You can see them clearly enough. It's good enough for the YouTube stream, but I would just like it to be better.
Are you streaming it all to YouTube?
I will be streaming it live to YouTube so that everybody can comment and everybody be able to see it all happening live.
What's your predictions, Rumpus? What do you expect to see?
Well, I expect there to be drop, obviously, given I believe in I'm living on a sphere, and I've promised Brian Mabbott that if there isn't any drop, I will jump in the canal. And he was going to be there on the day in question, but it turns out he's got to race he's got to race at Donington or something on that day, so he probably won't actually be there this time. But then, given the fact that there's a lot of wind on the day in question that I'm proposing, it might be that I delay it, and then Brian Mabbott might be there. I will be doing videos.
You have to bring your swim trousers with you.
Indeed, my swim trousers, and I will obviously be doing a promotion. I mean, if it happens when I'm proposing to do it, then I should really be making videos now about pushing when it's going to happen. But as I say, there's still some slight doubt as to when it will happen. But you'll be getting lots of videos about it, and you'll be getting lots of details about how it will look, and all the live streaming parts of it, and you'll be able to see it live. You'll be able to ask us to do things live in it. You can ask us if we've allowed for something live, and then we'll be able to respond live. We'll be able to move the targets, move the cameras, raise the targets, lower the targets. We've also got some temperature thermistors measuring the refraction conditions, and so you'll be able to ask to see things live, and we will respond, assuming it's a reasonable request. And you could say, "Oh, this is you want to lang for X, Y, Z," and then we can respond to you live at the site, etc., etc.
Interesting, kind of like what Bev did a few times.
Yes, I think Bev's tried to do. I mean, I must admit, I did have a first stab at this a year ago. Not at the site, but I did. But the technology of all the multiple people doing things and that side of things, I got sorted about a year ago. But yes, so something like so Bev, I think, has tried to do some things live, hasn't he? Observations, yes. So yes, something like that, only much better.
Discord's much better, I find.
I will be using a number of social media things to provide all the different channels coming in from all the different places.
But you're going to integrate it all onto YouTube whilst there?
Yes.
Wow. No wonder you're struggling for your internet.
Well, it's the internet connection. Yeah, the internet connection between the observation site and the thing. As well as that, I'm having a video producer. Also, we'll have lots of videos ready to go to play at the same time, because I'm proposing to do this over 6 to 8 hours. All the power stuff has been sorted.
6 to 8 hours?
Yep.
Wow.
And all the power stuff has been resolved, because you've got to power loads of computers and cameras and telescopes and mounts and cameras that need constant supply. Yes, there's a load of power issues to do with all this. And everybody's also, all the observation posts, people need power for their phones, which will no doubt give out. So that's so it's quite a big thing.
What the hell are you doing, Rumpus? A production studio?
Yeah.
It is a bit like, it has become a bit like that. I've put more effort almost into the production side.
It's nearly as historic as Ranty's.
Sorry?
Observation.
It'll be what, sorry?
It's nearly as historic as Ranty's observation. I mean,
I think all Ranty's doing is just looking through an auto level, isn't it? I don't think it's doing much.
Yeah, but nobody's ever done that before. Like, that is proper new shit. I mean, people have had a go at the Bedford stuff before, right? I know you're doing something new by looking for the drop. I mean, that's never been done before. Right? Nobody's ever looked for the drop of the water level.
Yeah, but the trouble with...
I've explained to you. That's not true. I've done it several times. I did it out in Colorado over a year ago. I mean at Bedford. The Rocky Mountains.
I do mean at Bedford. Like the historic place of the levels, right? It holds special place for this. No,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Ranty going up into the mountain, sighting a horizontal and seeing
yeah. But again, for us, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Ranty's is not special. I don't understand why you think Ranty's is special. Lots of people have used an auto level. I mean, who's that Swedish? Who's the Swedish guy? Torvald. He's done some very similar things to that already.
Not with an auto level. They do theodolites.
He did it with a water level. Yeah, well, auto level towards theodolite. There's no difference in terms of getting a horizontal.
Yeah, there is. It's an auto level. It's completely different.
No, it's not different at all.
It is. An auto level.
No, it isn't. An auto level shows you an horizontal, and you can get a theodolite to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
George has had both. He knows exactly how they work, and he's. You can use a theodolite to give you a level horizontal, or you can use an auto level to do it. Theodolite just does theodolite is just an auto level plus some more.
It's
stuff.
not.
You can do all
It's
the
an angle
yes, it is.
measuring device.
Yeah, as well. Jesus Christ, it does what an auto level does, plus the angle measurement
Doesn't
thing.
do
Jesus
what an
Christ.
auto level does, Rumpus.
It does exactly what an auto level. George, tell him that it does exactly what an auto level can do.
George, tell him, George. Go on,
Jesus
George.
Christ.
Tell me,
How can you
George.
not? How can you not understand that, Bev? I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, for you not to understand that means you just don't I mean, Jesus Christ.
You mean you're telling me you don't
a-
understand Rumpus? So that's pretty bad.
You just
To
don't
get this
understand
far.
the basics, do you?
Bev, Bev, the theodolite is like a super auto level. Once you collimate the
Theodolite's an
vertical,
angle measuring
Bev,
device.
Bev, why do
the
you
other one's
interrupt
for
all
doing
the time?
elevation. Because you don't
You
need
don't
to tell
understand.
me.
If you genuinely believe what you're saying, Bev, then you know absolutely nothing about theodolites and auto levels. If you really believe, if you're being honest, I mean, normally you're.
Have you ever looked at the difference between a theodolite and an auto level, Rumpus?
Yes, and George has got these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's got these. He's had. I don't know. Is it three
He's
or
had
four of
them.
these damn things,
He's
George?
had them. He's not
as
got
well
them
as
at the minute,
as well as yeah. Well, why are you making a little obnoxious little dig, you wanker?
Bev, I have 3 working theodolites, 3 working auto levels, and I've compared them. And the beauty of using a theodolite over the auto level is, with the auto level, if you want to make sure it's calibrated properly, you have to do the 2-peg test. That takes some time. With a theodolite, you collimate the vertical angle readout with the zenith, and it only takes a few minutes at most. And once you collimate the vertical on a theodolite, you set the theodolite to 90 degrees, and it shoots and hits the same spot as a auto level will.
I mean, I knew you're thick, Bev, but to not understand how similar an auto level and a theodolite, and not understanding a theodolite is an auto level plus some more bells and whistles, just makes you an absolute moron, given this is something you claim to know about.
Yeah, Rumpus.
I mean, I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned if you think there's some conceptual difference between what that a theodolite can't do what an auto level does. I mean, Jesus Christ.
2 completely separate tools, Rumpus.
My God.
Yes, they're different tools, but the auto level is just a subset of what a theodolite. A theodolite does everything.
You might think that, but I think you find that
a theodolite will do everything an auto level will do and more.
What a stupid bastard. Bev, you are thick as they come. You really are, if you don't understand that. Jeez, I didn't realize you were this bad.
Does it not give you one more chance for error?
No. Like I said, you can collimate the vertical angle readout on a theodolite very easily. Once you do that and you set the scope to 90 degrees, the way a theodolite reads out is straight up into the zenith is 0 degrees, so horizontal will be at 90 degrees. You set your scope to 90 degrees and you are shooting a horizontal just like the auto level would. And if you compare the two, they'll be the crosshairs will be centered on the same spot in the distance.
Yeah,
if the theodolite is set to 90 and the auto level set up and the compensator is moving freely.
How do you set it to plumb?
Oh, God.
Can you believe what
I just said? That's part of the collimation.
How do you set? It's a question.
God.
How?
You set the theodolite to 90 degrees, and you know that you move the scope. There's a little fine adjustment on the scope.
Yep. Are you looking up? Are you looking up?
The readout.
Are you looking
up?
There's
a little knob you turn.
Yeah. Are you looking up, or are you looking down when you're setting it?
What?
How do you set it?
Look at the vertical.
You look at the knob, you stupid dickhead.
You look at the angle readout on the theodolite at what the scope is set to.
Jesus
when the scope reads out 90.0000 degrees, you know you're set to horizontal.
How do you know that's set to horizontal at 90? How do you know that's calibrated?
The theodolite knows where down is, you stupid dickheads. It's got a pendulum, like the compensator in an auto level. You stupid bastard. My God, you are so thick, it is untrue.
Wow, Rumpus, are you sure?
My God, you're stupid.
Are you sure,
Unbelievable.
Rumpus? Is he sure? Is he right there, George? I'm not so sure he's right.
Yes. Yes, it has a plumb in there for establishing a plumb where vertical is.
Like the auto level has a compensator.
Yes.
A theodolite has one for plumb, does it?
Yes.
Oh, right. Where's that?
That's how it knows where the angles are, and that's part of what you do initially when you set up your theodolite is you do the vertical collimation. You point the scope to a point out in the distance. You read your angle readings, and then you flip the scope 180. You rotate the base 180 so that you're shooting the same spot, and you read the angle readouts, and they should sum to 360 degrees. If they do, then you know you have proper collimation.
Same spot.
Say what? Why do you like? You know, why don't you let people finish speaking? Because I can't hear you when I'm telling Bev or explaining to Bev. Why do you cut in?
Sorry. If you flip the scope 180, how are you spotting the same?
I said you flip the scope 180 and you rotate the base 180.
Yeah, but if you, I get you flip the scope, but if you flip the whole base 180, how are you spotting the same thing?
Oh my God! Think about it.
You flip the damn scope by 180 and rotate it around the tripod so it's then pointing back at the thing it was just looking at.
Yeah, it's like an auto level, but you can't flip the auto level upside down, but you can turn it round.
Yes,
180s
you can,
on the
yeah, Bev, you do understand about theodolite. My God, I just cannot believe how stupid and ignorant you are on a subject you claim to know something about.
Rumpus,
the fact that you don't understand how a theodolite works is
I'd hold that back just a little bit, right? Because you might end up looking fucking ridiculous.
No, if you claim that a theodolite can't do everything auto level does, then you are a moron.
One of them's an auto level. It's called an auto level, Rumpus.
Yes.
Why?
My God.
Why?
I mean, you love saying these things that everybody knows as though you're saying something profound.
Why is that?
We know what an auto level is. We've discussed it. So suddenly coming out and saying one is called an auto level, you stupid wanker. We know that, you stupid dickhead.
Why is that first order measurement then?
Bev,
for elevation. Why is the auto level the tool for first order measurements?
No, it isn't.
Elevation.
No, it isn't. An accurate theodolite will do everything the theodolite or auto level will do. Think about this a minute, Brad. In the auto level, you don't have to touch anything. If once you get the bubble level set up so that the compensator is moving freely, it automatically sets your crosshairs at horizontal. Okay, you have to do a little bit more to do the same thing with the theodolite. You have to first collimate the vertical on it, but then if you adjust the fine adjustment on the vertical on the scope to where the readout is 90 degrees, you know that is set to horizontal. It doesn't do it automatically like with an auto level, but you can get the same horizontal sighted using a theodolite just by collimating the vertical and then adjusting the scope to set to 90 degrees. They agree with one another. One does it automatically. The other takes a little bit of adjustment by the user to set the scope properly. That's all.
You're a stupid, stupid bastard, Bev. You
Rumpus.
really are.
I don't know why you're acting like that. You haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
You've shown that you're the one who doesn't have a clue, and we do, and this is just amazing. The fact you don't
have you got an auto
level.
Have you got an auto level?
And I don't need
Rumpus.
to have something else to know that it does exactly what an auto level to do. I can read books. I can speak to George. I can speak to irrelevant. I can speak to people who do have theodolites like George, and the fact that you don't understand that it can do what an auto level does just makes you a stupid bastard. And the fact you don't understand this,
do you
reject
have your
the
auto level yet, Rumpus?
I've had it for a year, you stupid dickhead.
What sort of an auto level have you got, Rumpus?
A burger. GST burger.
What magnification, what scope?
24.
Nice. 24 times scope.
Yes.
You've got a baby
And
one.
you don't understand that theodolite can do an auto level job. You are a moron. An utter
Have you sight tested that?
Yes, I've calibrated it, yes.
No, I mean, have you sight tested it?
Do you mean, I don't know what you mean by that.
For distance.
Yes, I've used it at the site even, but didn't have any targets to look on.
Oh, right. So how far could you see down there then?
Oh, I could see all the way.
All the way?
All the way.
Very nice. I like that. Sounds great.
Yeah, I could see all the way along the old Bedford River from one end to the other.
Whoa, with the 24 times scope.
Yep.
Brilliant.
When you see a big tree in the distance, or the sluice gate in the big sluice gate in the distance, you can see big things. That's the whole thing about.
Sluice gate's right there in front of you.
That's another sluice gate, you stupid dickhead. There are several, you utter moron.
Just
Jesus
chill out.
Christ. See, he does something like, but that's near, as though he's found something little gotcha. It's just because he's so ignorant. He doesn't know the situation.
I've been there,
and he thinks, you see, if I was in your position and I didn't know much about it, I would say,
Rumpus.
oh, but hold on, isn't there one sluice gate? And I wouldn't use the little tone, the supercilious tone you've got, although I'm right, you've made an error, Rumpus. And in fact, you're the one who makes an error. You make the error every single time because you're a moron who doesn't understand what a theodolite does. You're not qualified to even talk to me. I don't know why I entertain your idiocy. You know nothing about this subject at all. It's quite extraordinary how much you... anything to do with surveying. I mean, you've never read a surveying book. You don't understand the horizontal level is different. And I suspect there are people in here... I mean, I don't know...
I did a course on it for 2 years,
that someone like Montreal here would rapidly
Can you remember that I
understand more
did a
about this
course on it
subject
for
than
2
you do.
years? Can you remember that?
Well, I don't remember. You over-talk. I didn't hear what you said.
Did you remember when I did a course on it for 2 years? Do you remember that?
You clearly didn't learn. Yeah, but you didn't learn anything. You've not got a surveying book, have you, Bev?
And what would
just say no? I haven't, Rumpus.
What would a surveying book help?
I apologise for that. I know nothing about this subject. I know nothing about surveying. I don't even have a surveying book.
Rumpus.
All you've done, Bev, I suspect.
We're talking about Bedford levels.
All you've ever done, I suspect, is to hold a pole vertical, and that's what you consider learning of understanding how auto levels work.
Yeah,
that's as much as I suspect you've ever done.
Absolutely.
Because you've demonstrated in every single thing you say on the subject, you don't understand any of it. You don't understand what a theodolite does. You clearly know nothing about the subject.
Go on, say some more. What else don't I know about?
Well, everything. I mean, you don't seem to understand basic geometry. You don't understand what a tangent is for a start.
We're talking about Bedford, aren't we, though?
Well, we were talking about lots. Okay, if you want to restrict it to the Bedford levels, then we can. But you don't. When you understand, there's so little you understand about anything. I could pick on any subject. But anyway, if you want to restrict the subject to Bedford levels,
what do you know about the Robotham test?
Well, he was measuring bulge.
Oh, measuring it.
Yeah, he was measuring what the bulge... Well, he didn't get a measurement in the end because of refraction, whereas Wallace came along and demonstrated there was a bulge and he measured it. Because he got it. He didn't do it low down like Robotham did.
Are you gonna get the bulge?
No, I mean you just didn't listen to what I said. I'm doing a drop test, which means I get a much bigger thing. I'm going to get a 20 feet difference between the horizontal.
Yeah, but you've
and
got
the curve
two
of the
in the
Earth.
middle as well, haven't you? Can you not get the bulge? Or are you
I'm
just
not gonna
getting
bother with that.
all of them are dropping?
Bev, you're not understanding. In order to get the bulge, you have to set all targets at the same elevation. Rumpus is not setting them all at the same elevation. He's setting them so that they're in line with the horizontal as established by the auto level.
How do you get them at the same elevation?
No, they're not at the same elevation.
No,
they are in a horizontal.
He said, how do you get them at the same elevation?
I don't.
No, that's not what he said.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have them at the same elevation.
Okay.
I'm going to have them horizontal to the observer position at Welney Bridge.
Okay. And horizontal's established how?
By the auto level. My God, I mean, how many times are you going to say this? I don't know. I mean, George, you must have said that about 4 times. I've said it about 5 times, and he hasn't listened because he's a thick moron.
No, I think the number of times I've said it, Rumpus, has to be used in scientific notation.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about this particular conversation. I know we've told him
at least four. At least
four times just now in the last half an hour, and I've told him at least 5. I mean, I think even Montreal would have picked up I said that, or other people. I mean, other people in here, I suspect, would have heard what I said. And the fact that Bev then says, "Oh, what are you doing?" I mean, I don't know whether you're this thick or whether or not you try and disrupt what people say by saying something really stupid.
Yeah, I think he tries to disrupt. I think he tries to troll because either that or he's not active. It's either that or he's not actively listening. It just seems like he's not listening.
Well, as I explained to you, George, I spent 20 minutes shouting at him about a couple of weeks ago, asking him if he understood the globe was... Oh, by the way, Bev, I went around... You may have noticed that a number of people like Bob and others have said that down is towards the centre of the Earth as a result of my telling you, and you claiming that I was just speaking to myself.
Tony. PhD Tony didn't say that.
Yeah, he didn't.
He didn't say that down was towards the centre of the Earth?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay, I'll go and quiz him now.
I would think that's a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I guarantee it.
He's
a PhD.
I bet it was, yeah.
If he doesn't, he will absolutely think that you'll have misunderstood him. And every glober you'll ever meet, as I told you, Beb, about 2 weeks ago,
you'll be able to hear it. It was it'll be in a video.
Okay, I guarantee you misunderstood it.
Yeah.
So I told you 2 weeks ago that globers believe it's down, and you said, I mean, you even refused to accept that's what we believed. You said, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't work out.
I can't even remember what you think I thought I said.
Okay, here's what I asked you. Here's the question I asked you. Here's the question I asked you 20 times. I asked you this question 20 times, and you wouldn't give me an answer. So here we go.
Did you record
Here's the question I asked you 20 times. You did record it, and you've put it on your channel.
Did you record?
So here's
Give
the
us
question
a timestamp then.
Here's the question I asked you 20 times, and I shouted at you about 20 minutes, calling you names as a result of you not answering me because you're a dishonest git. So here we go. I asked you this following question I'm about to ask you now. I asked you, do you understand that globers believe that down is towards the centre of the Earth?
Yeah.
Right, you didn't say that last time. You refused to give me a message. You refused to give me an answer.
Dude,
and then about 10, 15 minutes into it, you said, but I believe that down is another thing, therefore I can't answer that question. You didn't even accept that that's what globers believe. And then you claimed that by me believing that down I was somehow unique, and I was speaking as a priest.
What the fuck are you talking about,
My God,
You're
Bev, you utter moron. Bev, go and look at your own video where I was shouting at you for 20 minutes on this subject, and I asked you that very question
you're being a moron,
about
Rumpus.
20 times.
Everybody knows. Like, you want to do this. You have like
so
a rant that you want
guys,
to get out of you.
Here you go,
okay,
guys.
Everybody gather round. Come on, guys. Everybody.
We've got witnesses
is everybody
here.
around here? Everybody,
here.
come on. Let's get everybody round.
Do you see that? He's denying that there was this 20-minute session that we had where I asked him that very question. I asked him that very question about 20 times, and he's now either forgotten it because he's mentally deficient, or I do wonder if you're mentally deficient or your memory doesn't work.
I think I might have just answered the question twice, like I did all the time last time. You keep going on for 20 minutes again.
Perhaps I should be more sympathetic for this guy.
Wait.
To not remember that.
What does it matter?
You've even got a video of it, and now you're denying it.
Rumpus, let it go. Move on. We all heard Bev say he understands that on the globe Earth model, that down is towards the center of the Earth, from our feet down towards the center of the Earth, right, Bev?
Yes. Why the fuck would I say any different, you dickhead?
Bev, you didn't say that in the video. Was it 2 weeks? I'll try and get I can't remember what the name of the video was. The one where I was shouting at you for 20 minutes. You would not accept that. You would not answer the question, and you claimed
don't get off this loop. Keep going.
And then I said to you,
but he does know, Rumpus. He does know.
Well, he said that this time. What's it going to happen if he changes his mind and now claims that's what he said last time? In a week's time, he might do the opposite again. I mean, it's just incredible. Perhaps I should be more sympathetic to your condition, because
give us one for the future as well.
To believe, to say what you've just said, and then to deny what you said 2 weeks ago means you must have. Almost. I'm not quite but you almost must have some sort of
I think the person in France heard you. We got it.
Okay. I must understand that you have a belief in a model.
Yeah.
But Bev didn't accept that. I asked him 20 times whether he understood.
I definitely understand that you have a model, Rumpus. How could anyone not understand that?
Right, but do you understand part of that model?
Do you want to get a picture out? Do you want to draw us a picture?
Do you understand that part of that model is that down is towards the centre of the Earth?
Yeah, just draw a circle for us, Rumpus. Go on.
Yeah, do you? Well, I could do, but I just thought I'd do it verbally.
I know There is a
Do you
centre point on a
understand
circle, yes.
that globers,
I
because
know.
you claimed last
I
time
know
that I
where
was
the
being
centre of a
novel,
circle is,
and
yes.
I was speaking for myself and not other globers,
Yes,
and you
Rumpus,
claimed
absolutely
that other
sure. I
globers
know
did
where a
not
circle
believe
is.
what I believe.
And I know
you
where the
claimed
centre of a
that
circle is.
You claimed that I was just speaking for me, and that other globers did not believe what I said. But now you seem to be changing your position.
No,
so you do accept.
No, Rumpus, what I said, I can remember what I said. I said, I don't like the idea that you, the Rumpus, is speaking for 95% of the population. That is not something I ever will accept.
That was something else. That was another issue.
No, that was exactly what we were talking about.
No, we said that. You said
I
that
know,
as well.
I know a circle has a centre, and I know you think you live on a circle.
I don't know whether you're deliberately misrepresenting this as you normally do, or whether you've genuinely forgotten. I asked you whether or not globers, and I even asked you to conduct a poll of any
that's
glober
what I mean.
you met.
You were speaking for 95% of the population.
And on no, I was also speaking for globers. There's a different. You had two discussions, and I said all globers believe that down is towards the centre of the earth, and then you claimed that I was unique in that, and that other globers did not believe that. That was the point you made. Then we talked on the other subjects.
Why should you represent
and then I talked on other subjects when I said. I then talked on the other subjects when I said 95%. So there was two occasions when I said I was speaking for 95%. One of them was for globers, and then other one I was saying for people in general.
Yeah, well, I don't accept you speaking for either. All of the globers, putting yourself as high priest, sitting on the throne of globe, speaking for all of your subjects.
Are you denying then
and all of these other people that you are?
You're doing it again.
Just
now
speak for yourself, Rumpus.
You're slipping back into the old thing. I'm speaking for globers when I say they all believe that down is towards the centre of the earth, and then you disputed that. You claimed I was just speaking for myself.
No, I said I'm not accepting the fact that you think you can speak for all globers.
On the issue of down being to the centre of the earth, I am speaking for all globers, including Georgian here believes that, and every other glober believes that.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
I'm like I say, I'm going to say it again, Rumpus.
This is starting now.
Rumpus,
this is happening
I'm going
now.
to say it again, Rumpus.
Do
I'm going to say it again, Rumpus.
I will.
Rumpus, I'm going to say it again, Rumpus. I'm going to say it again. I don't want you speaking for all globers, Rumpus.
Right, so you don't believe I'm speaking for globers when I say that they believe that down is towards the centre of the earth, then?
I'm not accepting the fact that you
are
here we go, guys.
He's now doing it. He's now reverted to type. Do you, therefore, you're disputing that globers believe that down.
But how can you speak for everybody?
Hold on.
What do you guys in a religion?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, please, 90. Please don't save him.
This is a dumb point, Rumpus.
Stop trying to save him.
It's a stupid point.
Stop trying to save him. Stop trying to save him. He's now disputing that globers. He's now saying that I'm not correctly speaking for globers.
Rumpus,
when I see, you're saving him. I know you're trying to save him here. I know you're trying to save him.
You're just talking. You're just talking. Oh, that's so much better.
He's oh man.
Gone. Yeah, you can't mute Rumpus. He goes. That was it.
I didn't do it. He was delving really close to law and non-contradiction.
Well, he is the all-lord high and mighty glober. I mean, that's pretty obvious. He's speaking for all of them. Everyone.
You all know who muted him. Don't play dumb.
Well, I don't have access to the logs.
Wasn't letting anybody speak. And came in, I don't know how many times. Buster's tried to speak. George even tried to speak. Fucking let people talk. That's simple.
Well, Rumpus had to come in. Like he came here on a mission.
People talk, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, and it's obvious how bad he has to do this, right? He has to make it that I don't know anything about surveying for some reason. That was his narrative.
It wasn't about surveying. It was about the model. And it wasn't even about the model. It was about other people and what they believe. His argument was literally what other people believe. It was insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay, so that's what they believe. Who cares? How is that affecting what reality is? Because a whole bunch of people believe this.
That was the whole point of what I know Globers think that down is to the centre of a fucking circle. But
We all know they're bullshit.
what Rumpus then tries to do is he speaks for the entirety of the Globers, which to me sounds like he's fucking getting on a throne and on his perch.
Except
speaking
for
them.
Except for PhD Tony.
Yeah.
Can't speak for him. That was different.
Like I don't understand how the fact that someone like Rumpus thinks he is the Glober fucking high and mighty. I mean, I've not been told that. George, is that what Rumpus is doing? Like, does he like to speak for all of these people, all of the Globers? Like, as a general community? I mean, I take it he's speaking for science as well, because the Globers have all of the science too.
He said George believes it. He's like, yeah, George. This is what George believes.
He's speaking for George. Rumpus was speaking for you, then, George. Is that all right? Are you all right with him doing that?
No, I don't have a problem with that.
What do you reckon about all of the other Globers?
I don't think the right term is saying speaking for me. He agrees with me. We both understand the model for the spherical Earth. Hence, we would both, and anyone else understanding the spherical model of the Earth and how gravity works, would say that down is towards the center of the Earth. I don't dispute that with anybody.
Okay,
Well,
yeah,
you
but
have
do
to
you think Rumpus is okay being the spokesperson for the Glober, right, as a whole? All of the Globers, are you all right with Rumpus being that spokesperson?
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Right, so that's you. We'll ask all of the other Globers anytime we meet any more Globers whether the Rumpus is a good we'll get a clip of him, when he gets triggered to fuck, and see whether that's the sort of person they want as their spokesperson within the Glober community. Because, I mean, this is the high and mighty one, right? As far as I'm concerned, if Rumpus wants to be that spokesperson, then I can go ahead with that. We'll just check with everybody else. Sounds good. I mean, he is going to be the one that measures the drop of the water level, right? Why do you think nobody else has ever done that before? Why didn't Wallace or Robotham ever go looking for the drop? George?
I see Bev's light going on and off. Were you speaking, Bev? Because I'm not hearing any audio.
Oh dear, that sounds bad.
No, I'm not hearing any audio. Crap.
Yeah, if you muted me as well, George.
You have him muted, George? Check, maybe you accidentally muted him.
Sometimes this happens to me. Like, sometimes I can't hear nobody. I gotta leave and come back.
Yeah.
But also, I think they can't hear me when that happens.
Oh. I think George does it so he doesn't have to answer questions about stuff. Like why Rumpus is the one going for the drop of the water level when it's never happened before.
I still feel shorted on the collimating on the theodolite. You're lighting up, but you're not.
Are you there, George? Can you hear us, George?
George, can you hear Bev?
Can you hear anyone?
Can you hear anybody, George?
Oh, I can now. My audio went out for a while. I don't know what the hell happened.
Copy.
Okay,
right.
you're
George,
back.
Why is Rumpus particularly looking for the drop of the water level and not going with either of the other sort of...
Well, no, you have to ask
tests?
him. I guess he could probably do the bulge test if they had time to lower the targets to put them all at equal height above the water. That would take a little more doing, because if the targets are set on the side of the bank, then you're going to have to shoot a level line over the surface of the water to confirm that, you know, the targets are at the same height above the water. I mean, in principle, it could be done. I mean, maybe that could be yet another test. I don't know if he would be willing to do that or not. You'd have to talk to him about it.
Was Robotham a surveyor, or was that Wallace?
I don't really know. I have never really looked into the history of that.
Oh. Well, luckily enough, we're doing the history of the Bedford levels tests this week. Coming up, strangely enough.
It'd be my guess that Wallace probably was, if you're going to ask which was a surveyor, I don't know if either one was, but I would tend to think that Wallace would have been, Robotham was, well, it wasn't Robotham, I don't know, maybe more into philosophy. I don't know what Robotham was into.
Okay, well, we'll have a look into it this week. But why do you think they never went for the drop of the water level?
Because they probably never thought about that. You know, they probably, well, obviously, I mean, the real obvious one, they wouldn't have had the instrumentation back then. They wouldn't have had an auto level to set horizontal for them in order which to set the targets up. I mean, crap, that was what, in the late 1800s?
They didn't have scopes and levels?
They had scopes, but they didn't have auto levels where, I mean, to construct an auto level takes precision machinery that they wouldn't have had back then.
If you're theodolites,
isn't it just a scope with
a...
It's a scope with a level on it, dude.
Yeah,
No, wait
a minute. I'm going to get pissed off in a minute, George, because didn't you just tell us that the theodolite is way better? And wasn't Rumpus telling me I didn't know anything about it? So now why, when Rumpus has disappeared, has the auto level become the ultimate tool that they wouldn't have had back then?
Ultimate tool. I'm not saying, I didn't make that claim. All I said is they didn't have the auto. You're asking why he didn't set it up with an auto level. I'm telling you why. They probably didn't have an auto level. No, they could have possibly done it with
scopes, though, right?
Bev, let me speak. They could have probably done it with a theodolite. I don't know why they didn't do it or didn't think of the test. I mean, you got to remember, it was a very simple test. All they did was take some little skiffs or little boats on the surface of the canal and had flags sitting up. So that way they knew the flag was all at the same height, at the same elevation above the water. Very simple thing to do. I mean, maybe these guys didn't really have access to that kind of equipment. I don't know what they did. Don't ask me.
I specifically remember asking the last time you were in here if back in the 1800s when they were doing first order measurements, they knew that the horizontals were intersecting, and you said yes.
I don't recall that. I don't know what you may have asked or not asked. A lot of times I can't hear things when everybody's talking. It gets very difficult to separate out what's being said.
Fair enough.
I'd still like a scope with a level on it is not a very difficult, right? Like to use a level so that you know the scope is pointed horizontal is not a very advanced piece of machinery. Like,
well, actually, it is if you want to set it within an arc second.
Bro, how, like, I can't.
You so we set it horizontal. Yeah, to make it calibrate it perfectly horizontal it's a hell of a job.
How did they make the pyramids, right? They had to have known what level was. They had to have been able to sight level from one side to the other.
The pyramids weren't constructed to arc second accuracy.
Bro, come on, George. It's not tilted. Stop. It's not on a tilt. The damn thing's straight.
Come on, man.
Come on. You're telling me. Are you saying that
you're not going to be able to discern with your eye a tenth of a degree. A tenth of a degree is 360 arc seconds.
Level.
I'm going to leave if you're going to let this 90 degree dude be in here, Bev. I mean, this guy has no idea what he's talking about.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yep.
then hear what I have to say and explain how stupid it is, right? You have the scope. Now the scope, in order to make sure it's level, there's a water level. So you just take a scope with a water level, and when the level is level, that means your scope is horizontal.
You can't set a water level to the accuracy of a modern theodolite.
A theodolite.
What?
Yes, you can't set a water level. You can't cite.
George.
Look, I'm not going to argue with you
George.
guys. Okay, you cannot cite the heights of the water in the risers to the accuracy of an arc second. That's impossible to do.
George, the theodolite, the
Who
entire
is this 90 degree guy? Is this right the hand?
George, stop interrupting. Stop interrupting, you old curmudgeon.
Are you right the hand?
Will you shut up?
Are you right the hand?
Are you a demented old man?
Right the hand?
Are you a demented old man?
Are you right the hand?
Okay, so you
sound
want to
like
shut
it.
up. So when
I have no idea.
Great,
Okay,
bro,
I'm muting
shut
you.
up. Shut up. Great. Okay, so the idea that he's saying, oh, well, the theodolite is super accurate. The theodolite could be pointing at the ground if it wasn't for the bubble level, okay? So to say the bubble level is less accurate than the theodolite is retarded when the theodolite relies on the bubble level to be accurate. George, you're a dimensioned curmudgeon.
No, you're not understanding what the bubble level is for. The bubble level
I understand what
Will you shut up and let me explain? The bubble level is to get the base of the theodolite set within maybe a degree or so. After that, the compensators take over. The little built-in plumb lines take over. You never use the bubble level. There's two bubble levels. Well, there's one bubble.
Oh, you never use the theodolite, George.
Is that what you're about to tell us? You don't use the
bubble
bubble
level on the theodolite to set the base, and then there's
the
a bubble
theodolite,
that
George.
you can set within about 30 arc seconds. Those are the two bubble levels that you have. There's a bullseye on the base. There's a bullseye on the base that sets the base up. And then once that's set up, then you can adjust the base screws, the three base screws, using the little vial to get within about 30 arc seconds. And then after that, you use a little fine screw adjustments for the scope to get you right on.
What?
Okay, so but what you're saying is the thing that you use as the standard for horizontal is the bubble level. And then the bubble level is the Stop talking. Stop talking.
No,
Let me get
I'm not going to talk to you.
So
I think you're right the hand, and I don't like.
Stop talking. Then stop talking.
Okay,
so what
goodbye.
He's saying is, goodbye. So what he's saying is to get the horizontal set, you use the bubble level. But the bubble level, which is a less accurate water level, is less accurate than the theodolite. This guy is crazy, bro.
I haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue.
I did not say that.
Oh,
Bev,
please.
Bev, you know I didn't say that.
I know. I can't hear what you are saying. Right?
Okay.
I've been asking you guys for God knows how long, how do you set up a theodolite? And I think you nearly got close to telling us then, but I couldn't hear it.
Okay. If you want, I can explain it. Just make sure that this 90-degree guy is muted. All right. With a theodolite, you have on the base a bolt. You know what the Tribec base is, Bev?
Yeah.
Okay, the Tribec base has a bullseye level on it.
Like an auto level.
Huh?
Like an auto level.
Yes.
Okay.
And 3 adjustment screws.
Right, yeah. Okay? I got that.
And your theodolite is attached to that. So the first thing you do is you set your bullseye level, or your bullseye bubble, using the 3 adjustment screws.
Yeah.
Okay? That gets the base set up. Now, on the theodolite, there is a very fine vial that has a very slight radius to it. It's basically like a spirit level.
Yeah.
It has a little bubble in there. And by fine adjusting, now once you get the base set in coarsely using the bullseye level on the base, then you use those 3 adjustment screws. You rotate the theodolite 90 degrees in 2 directions and finely adjust those 3 screws so that the bubble inside the bio is centered. That can get you within easily about 30 arc seconds. Then the real fine adjustment, if you really want to get the theodolite really dead nuts on, there's scope and base adjustments using fine verniers on the theodolite itself to zoom it in. So you go through a process of 3 different settings, 3 different types of levels to get the thing on if you want to start reading within 1 arc second.
Right, that last bit, is that last fine adjustment. I can understand, because it's like you have a base that's like an auto level, and then you put your theodolite on top of that, and then that is like the old school auto levels, right? You know, that not the auto levels, but just a level that you rotate through 90 degrees to make sure it's horizontal in both axes, right?
Right, close to it. I mean, it's not going to be necessarily dead nuts on, but it's going to be pretty close.
Well, I mean, with a coincident bubble level, you'd use the thing and you'd line 2 bubbles up.
But the difference
that'd be like
is
super fine. That's like ultra high grade.
Yeah. But Bev, the difference is in the auto level. Once you get the bullseye set on that base, which we call the Tribec, once that's centered, the compensator in the auto level takes over, and you don't have to. The user doesn't have to do anything more at that. The horizontal crosshairs get set up to a horizontal automatically with. You don't want to listen to me,
it's
I guess.
The prisms within the glass. Yeah, we've already worked all of that. The auto, we know how the auto level works, right? Everyone in here has been explained.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the auto. It's the theodolite that we didn't. So once we've got that basic understanding of how, because that's an auto level sort of setup. With that fine adjustment, where does that come in? Because that's where you think the ultra high accuracy, that's the bit that beats the auto level, that last fine adjustment. How do you get that?
Well, it doesn't beat it. It can equal it. But there are some very precision theodolites that can beat it. But most of your high accuracy, what I'd call high accuracy theodolites, generally are equivalent in being able to set a horizontal as to a good auto level.
Right, but you've got the bubbles and all of that sorted. Where's this fine accuracy? How does that get level?
Well, do you understand? Okay. We have the bullseye on the Tribec base. Okay, we understand that. That's going to be the same as what you have with the auto level mounted.
Yeah, we've got that.
Now, on the theodolite, right below the scope, there's a bio, which looks just like a spirit level. And it has a bubble on it. And that bubble is very, very sensitive. Pardon?
We've got that. We've sorted those two
all right,
out.
You got that. Now,
the fine adjustment.
Once you get that set up so that it's centered, then the theodolite should, in principle, be working and giving you accurate angle measurements. But you have to check that to make sure that your vertical is what we say collimated, that the internal parts of the theodolite that sets up how it senses the angles. That's just like with the auto level. It's much more complicated. It's more complicated than just the compensator. It has internal components that are tied to a plumb, and you have to be able to read that through a tachometer disc or however it's set up on the inside to give you proper angle readouts. That when your theodolite is set up to a horizontal, that the readout is 90 degrees. You have to check that. And if it's out of whack a little bit, then you go through this step of collimation to get it so that it reads the zenith angles of the vertical angles properly. It's all internal to the theodolite, that this last final step. That's the internal components within the theodolite that establishes that.
Well, see, that's the bit that I don't get, because it's just literally a scope on a tilting.
No, it's much more than that. It's a lot like the odd level with prisms and everything inside.
How you tilt it though, George? How does that work?
You tilt it.
Yeah, well, you can't tilt an auto level. It's on the horizontal. That's
That's right, because of the compensator. Work. It's a different type of mechanism.
Because
it's a different type.
Get moved.
It's a different type of mechanism for establishing the vertical.
Yeah, but it can't work like an auto level does, George.
I didn't say it did. I didn't say it has.
Sorry, I thought you did.
The auto level has this compensator that moves freely, that's tied to the prisms and the optics, that floats, that doesn't have user intervention on it. Whereas with the theodolite, you as a user have to set up the horizontal. It doesn't do it automatically hands-free like an auto level does.
Yeah, you just adjusted the bubbles, and like it said, old school style. You adjust
No, not just to the bubbles. The bubbles get you very close, but then you have to collimate the optics to get you so it reads properly.
That's what I was asking about earlier. You said you look at something, right?
Okay, well, if you want to collimate the optics, this is what you do. Okay, I didn't talk about that. To collimate the optics, what you do is you take a target in the distance. What I normally do is I have on several properties down from me about a quarter mile, there's a flagpole, and there's a bolt on that flagpole that I can see that's probably got a thickness of no more than about an arc second from my perspective. So what you do is you shoot in a forward direction using your theodolite. You sight something in the distance. It doesn't matter if it's horizontal or if it's off horizontal. It doesn't matter what angle it's at, but you sight it in the forward direction. Then there is a button on the theodolites. Like on my theodolite, what I do to put it in the mode to collimate the vertical is I have to hold this button in, this set button, while I turn it on and turn on the electronics, and then it comes up into the set mode, and it says set 1. So you sight your target, or like I say, this little bolt in the forward direction. I hit the set button, set 1, and it makes that measurement, that angle measurement. Then you flip the scope 180 degrees, rotate the scope around the base 180 degrees, so you're back sighting that same spot. And then you adjust the optics, the scope, and the base so that you're sighting that very same thing. Then you hit the set button again, and it comes in and makes the measurements, and it automatically adjusts itself and says, all right, I'm collimated.
Sorry.
Then you're okay.
I'm sorry. I just need some clarification. You're saying you rotate the scope 180. How are you sighting the same thing?
I just said you rotate it around the base after you flip the scope. You rotate the base 180.
That's what I'm saying. If you rotate something 180, how are you looking at the same thing? I'm sorry. I'm just asking the question.
You have to readjust the scope. You have to aim it to make sure that you're on.
Yeah, because you've got a theodolite, right? You're looking through it through the eyepiece, right? If you flip it over, then you're looking in the lens bit, right?
Oh, God.
And then you turn it 180 degrees, so you're now looking through the eyepiece again.
Exactly. And then you adjust
wait a minute, let's make sure.
You adjust.
Did you get that, Buster?
That's what I answered Buster.
I want to make sure Buster understands.
I'm trying to answer Buster, Bev. I'm trying to answer Buster here.
I'm apologizing. I'm not trying to get you upset.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to answer. Please don't talk over me. I'm almost there. This can take an hour, or this can take 30 seconds. What do you want to do?
It'll take an hour if you're talking.
Okay, Buster. Now, like Bev said, okay, we sight the mark in the forward direction. Okay. Now we flip the scope. The optics objective lens is looking at us. So now we rotate that scope around the base 180 degrees, so we're looking through the eyepiece. Now, when we've done that procedure, we're not necessarily going to be sighting that same mark. So we have to very precisely set the base so that we're hitting that same mark, and then adjust the angle of the scope so that we're hitting the same mark. We have to adjust the base and the scope, because when you do that flip and rotation, you're not necessarily, that scope isn't going to be oriented on that same mark. So you have to finally adjust the scope so it's hitting the same mark. Then once you're on the mark, you tell the theodolite by hitting the button to tell the computer in the theodolite that you're on the same mark. So it goes through all its calculations and adjustments so that the scope is collimated, and it's now going to read 90 degrees when you're on horizontal. That's how it works.
Right, did you get that, Buster?
I've got to be honest with
George,
you.
can you repeat that?
No. I've got to be honest with you. It feels like you're looking through the wrong end of the scope at this point to make sure it's right. I'm sorry. I'm apologizing.
Right. Yeah, well, this is what you do, right?
Buster.
No, George, please.
Yeah, just a
George,
minute.
fucking hell. Let me have a go.
Okay, all right, you have a go at it.
Right. You're just looking through a scope, right, Buster?
Wait, at the bolt.
Yeah, you're looking at a bolt, right?
Through the right side of it, you know,
through
the
the
eyepiece.
eyepiece, right?
Okay.
So
and
then
you flip
it
optics.
over.
Yeah, it's going to be upside down.
And the eyepiece is going to be looking at the bolt, and you're going to be looking at the lens. Yeah?
Okay.
Then you turn the thing through so you can now look at the eyepiece again.
Yeah, but it's looking the opposite way.
You're looking back at the bolt this time.
You flipped, just the telescope flips over, then you turn the base.
Yeah.
So you get what I'm saying? So like
It's
it would be like a
180
ship's
flip.
mast.
It's a 180 flip on the scope and a 180 turn on the
It flips
the whole thing
over.
Yeah.
Flips the whole thing over. But
So
those
you're
modern
looking
ones,
through it upside down. That's how you end up having a theodolite with a scope upside down.
Oh, I thought it did that optics thing like internally itself.
No, it's just the scope upside
Buster,
down.
think of it this way. Take a pencil.
Yeah.
Or your pen.
Yeah.
And say point the pointed end towards the target. And you're looking at the blunt end of the pen, okay?
Okay.
Now you flip the pen 180 degrees in the vertical. So now you're looking at the pointy end and the blunt end is out towards the target, right?
Okay.
The rubber.
Now, in your hand holding that pencil, rotate it in the horizontal plane 180 degrees. So now the pointy end is pointing towards the target and you're back looking at the blunt end through the eyepiece.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Okay.
And it still needs the bubble level to horizontal it. All right, so that's what we're still hold on, I'm not done, bro. Let me finish, George. You're talking about people interrupting you. You just can't sit there. So when you point a scope, the scope could be pointing at the ground, right? How would you make sure the scope is pointing horizontally? The bubble level.
No, you just have to trust the numbers on the side of the scope. I mean, that's all you've got for horizontal. It's not like an auto level. That's why it's different.
Yeah, I've watched guys use theodolites, but I never saw them do that. They used
well, they probably first they take it on faith most of the time that the scope on the theodolite is vertically collimated. Most of the time it is. It holds it pretty good. But if you want to do precise work, you check the collimation. The way you do it.
Sorry, George. Just 1 second. Sorry, George. The guys that I watched didn't have to do that because they were able to hang a plumb bob from over top of so they would plumb bob the tripod and then put their theodolite on and plumb bob it also. So I never saw them do that. So that's why I had a hard time with it, because they plumb bobbed their tripod, leveled it horizontally and vertically, and then they put the tripod on, hung the plumb bob from the ceiling, and did it that way. So they never had to do what you're talking about. So I just never saw that operation.
Well, the plumb bob doesn't. No, the plumb bob doesn't prevent you from checking the collimation. All the plumb bobs are being used is to set up the tripod so that it is precisely centered on, say, your stake in the ground, so that you have a precise position for the tripod.
They were underground, so they were able to hang the plumb bob from the ceiling. Then there was a dot on those theodolites. There's almost all of them have a dot on top of.
That's right.
To hang the plumb bob off of.
Yep.
To line it up.
Yeah, but that just sets your tripod up so that it's square.
No. They would set. Yeah. They would use it also after the tripod. Once they got the theodolite, they would mark. They would do this plumb bob on. There's a mark on your theodolite for the plumb bob to line that up also.
But that doesn't collimate your vertical.
It's working off the vertical. There's a mark on the
Yes, it does, but it doesn't collimate your vertical so that you can do precision work at 1 arcsecond. What I'm saying is once you have it collimated, Buster,
different
the
type
chances
of job,
that it's
right?
going
You're
to
talking
be
about
off.
cross purposes.
Oh
both
God, I can't.
Sorry.
Guys.
I apologize. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
Buster's used to working in mines and doing shafts and all of that underground work. That's where he's seen all of these guys using their theodolites and all of that, where they're laying out for seams and paths and roads and all of that underground. So that's not what you're talking about, right, George? It's a completely different thing, isn't it? Like you're talking about above ground.
Yeah, well, it'd be very hard underground to check the procedure or check the collimation when I'm talking, because you need to shoot a mark that's quite a distance away. You're not going to be able to do that underground in a mine. You can be hitting a wall or something. You're not going to have shots that are going out, say, a quarter mile, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't see anybody shooting like that under there for a quarter of a mile, would you, Buster?
Yeah, well, they would shoot as far as they could, as far as the seam would let them.
Yeah, but all I'm saying, Buster, is all the modern theodolites, you're going to collimate the vertical so that the readout, when you get that digital readout in angular measure in the vertical, so that it can be within, say, an arcsecond or two, you have to check your collimation. But I have found with my own theodolites, if you take care of them, you don't bump them around, that collimation remains fairly good over many, many weeks and months of use. It's only when you start bumping these things around or don't start using them with a lot of care that the collimation might go out. But every time I've ever checked the collimation on my theodolites, I've never been out more than about 5 arcseconds, say, over a course of several weeks of use of taking it up on, putting it on the tripod, taking it off the tripod, putting it in the case and stuff, you know, where you're knocking it around. Most of the time, it stays right on. It stays pretty close. So you don't, very seldom do you have to do the collimation. But in the work that I've been trying to do, is I'm very fussy, and I collimate it every time I take it out, and I check the collimation.
And what do you get? You're collimating for a difference of 180 degrees, right?
No, I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, you look at something through the scope, you flip it and turn it, and then you're looking to find a difference of, 180 degrees?
No, well, what you're actually doing to check your collimation, you look in a forward direction to say a spot out in the distance, and you make you note down your angle measurement. Let's say you're let's
say 90 for fun.
Let's say it's slightly above horizontal, or it's above horizontal. Let's say it's 72 degrees that you're measuring.
That'll do.
So it's aimed up over the horizontal. This mark that you see, it's on a tree or something, or on a pole. So it's above the horizontal. You're measuring 72 degrees. Now, when you flip the scope 180 and rotate the base 180 and sight that same mark, and you do your angle readout, what you will be wanting to see is if your excuse me, if your theodolite is properly collimated, when you flip the scope and read one or rotate 180, the angle that you reach should be 288 degrees.
Yeah, well
so
done.
that when you add 72 degrees
just the
and
difference of
288, you should get 360. If you don't get 360, then you know you need to collimate your vertical.
Yeah. And how would you adjust that if it was needed collimating? How would you
I just went through that procedure. You do the same thing. You sight the mark in the forward direction. You tell the computer, you set it up in collimation mode. Like I said, in mine, I push the set button down, turn the scope on, and it pulls it automatically into collimation mode. And then you sight a mark in the forward direction. You hit a button that says set 1, and you tell it you're in that tells it you're in the forward direction, so it makes that measurement, angle measurement. Then you rotate the scope 180, rotate the base 180, sight the same mark, and then you're in set mode 2. You tell it in set mode 2, all right, I'm lined up. You hit the button, and then the computer goes through the calculations, and then if I do that same procedure now, where I measure the angle in the forward direction, and after the scope's been flipped and rotated and measure it again, it'll be right on, summing to 360 degrees. And that tells me it's collimated. So now, if I point the scope direct upward towards the zenith, it will read 0 degrees. And if I move the scope down so it's reading 90 degrees, now I know I'm right on horizontal.
Right, because the computer told you were on horizontal.
That's right.
Nice. How does the computer know horizontal?
It has a little plum in there that it compares things to.
A little plum? The computer has a little plum. Oh, that's cute.
Yes, there's mechanisms in there where there is a plum in there that it compares the optics and the readouts to agree with the plumb, so that when the scope is pointed 90 degrees or pointed direct upward, it is reading 0 degrees. And 90 degrees to that, or perpendicular to that, sighting horizontal will read out 90 degrees. It takes care of that all internally for you.
Wow,
I'm still not figuring this out.
No,
okay.
I can't work.
I tried.
Old school. How would the old school have done it before the computer blip shit? With a little plum.
Well, I don't know. I've never really used one of the wild T2s or T3s or one that doesn't have an internal computer. I haven't really looked into that, but I'm sure they have adjustments, and it would probably take a lot longer. I've seen a wild T3, and I mean, those things are really complicated because they're all mechanical.
At no point are you ever looking through the wrong side of the scope.
No.
So I'm not getting, like, one orientation only does 180, another orientation does 180. How are you seeing the same thing through the same eyepiece?
I just told you that with a pen. Take a pen. My God.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Do you have a pen? Do you have a pen?
I'm holding it, yeah.
Okay. Now hold the pen horizontal with the blunt end towards your eye and the pointy end out sighting something, okay?
Yep.
All right, so the blunt end is your eyepiece that you're looking through the scope and the theodolite, okay?
Go ahead. Yep.
All right, now flip your pen in the vertical 180 degrees, so now the point is at your eye and the blunt end is out looking towards the target, okay?
That's what I just asked him.
All right, now you rotate it in the horizontal 180 degrees. Yeah. So now that brings the blunt end back to your eye. That's the eyepiece, and the pointy end is back towards the target.
So just rotating it 180 in one orientation and 180 other gives you the
You rotate it 180 in the vertical and 180 in the horizontal.
It's just back at the same place you had it.
That's right. That's what you need. So you're looking through the eyepiece. But like Bev said earlier, when you do that, now the scope is upside down.
Okay.
So it's not exactly all set up in the same position. The scope, you flipped 180, so now it's upside down when you rotate it around.
Okay.
Instrument on.
So you as the observer, you stay in the same spot. You just flip
Yeah.
the scope 180, turn it 180.
Yeah. And then you look through the eyepiece and you can see the same spot. If you, set the...
So at one point you're looking at it right side up, but then when you do it again, it's
Maintaining
upside
face
down.
right to the
The
wall.
scope, or the scope is, but it's
Clamping the
still right
clamp.
side up in your eyepiece. The eyepiece, the image in the eyepiece doesn't flip.
Ever?
No.
Oh.
Well, just take like your glasses. If you wear glasses, what happens if you rotate the glasses 180 degrees? The image is still the same. It doesn't go with changing the if you rotate the lens. Rotating the lens doesn't flip the image.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking questions, George. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
get gotcha
no, I'm saying what looks upside down is the housing for all the optics. The scope itself gets flipped upside down, but the lenses in there, they get flipped upside down, but it doesn't flip the image. I mean, it doesn't matter how you hold the lens, the image doesn't flip.
Okay. I didn't know they could flip those things completely upside down like that.
Oh yeah, you can rotate the scope 360 degrees in the theodolite.
Okay.
Somebody Bev just posted here, collimating in azimuth there.
That's the
Maybe
azimuth. This is the altitude. So there's the two different collimations.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Let me take a look here.
Yeah, I look, I watched guys do this every night, but they didn't have to do it because of other reasons. But yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, watch that video. That'll show you what he's doing.
The second one will tell you what George is talking about for altitude.
Okay, yeah, cool. I mean, I don't know.
Like he keeps getting it. I don't know. Does he do that on purpose, George, or because he keeps getting an error, like where he has to fix it? He might be doing that for the video, right?
So what?
Might be getting an error like that for the video, for the purpose of the video.
I didn't get what you're asking.
Because it's he's always getting an error, right? There is a difference when he does it, so he shows you how to fix it.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the video, so I can't comment what he's done or not done.
Well, yeah. But it'd be a bit of a bad video if he did it and it was like, yeah, that's good. You wouldn't get to see how it all works, would it? So.
I don't know. I haven't seen the video, so
well, I was just asking you.
Trying to scan
you
through
said
to see
earlier
if
you don't need to do it, and he has an error every time that he has to fix. So I was just asking.
Okay. Well, I'm saying most of the time I've never had to do it because whenever I've checked the collimation, it's always within 5 arc seconds. I guess it just depends upon how accurate you want your readouts to be, but I do it every time, just to make sure it's dead nuts on all the time. But the most I've ever seen my theodolites go out of collimation over a period of weeks or so when I, with temperature changes and that sort of thing, was maybe about 5 arc seconds.
Right.
Well, let's say in your measurements you only care to get things within 10 arc seconds. Well, you probably never need to collimate then, because most of the time, like I say, the theodolite will hold its collimation pretty good, unless you really want to get down to the last arc second, I'm just trying to see. This looks similar to my theodolite, but it's not exactly the same. I'm just trying to see here. He's got digital readout 270.0000. All right, so this theodolite can read to about 4/10 of an arc second. So this one's very, very accurate. But you look at time 214 and yeah, is that what I'm at? Yeah, 214 in video and freeze it. And you can see where he's got a readout of 270 and he's got the horizontals at 170 degrees, 38 minutes and 15 arc seconds.
He's not that far away either, George, is he?
No, but I try to be really accurate. And the further away you are, say, within reason. I mean, I tend to do it over maybe 100 meters or so that I can accurately get the scope set up.
No way. You do that over 100 meters? What sort of
you can do it. Sure. No, it's not stupid.
No, what sort of scope have you got? I didn't say it was stupid. Just went.
It's a 30x, 30 power scope.
Wow.
100 meters is a piece of cake for a 30 power scope.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
At 100 meters, 1 arc second is just a little under 1 millimeter. So if you put a mark that has a thickness of 1 millimeter and sight on it with the scope, you know you're going to be within 1 arc second. You can see 1 millimeter thickness at 100 meters with a 30 power scope.
I can't with a 32 power scope on
Sure you can.
My auto level. I can't.
Sure you can.
Nah.
Take a white pole and put a black mark on it, and I'll guarantee 1 millimeter thick, and I'll guarantee you can see it.
Yeah, not 100 meters.
Sure
I
you
will
can.
say this: when he did it live, George, we watched, and at 100 meters, it was hard to read the.
It's hard to read, but if all you're doing is trying to cite a mark, you're not trying to read a number or anything. All you're trying to do is cite a mark. When
millimeter, though, George.
Yeah, if it's a millimeter thick, you can see a millimeter thick line at 100 meters.
I'd say not. I mean, when I did my
Well, I don't care what you say. I know what I do. I do it all the time.
Okay. Right.
Maybe your eyes are shot. I don't know.
Well, we can do it when we go. We go next time we get the auto level out and we go live on Discord. We can show everyone what it's like at 100 meters. That'd be a good test for us to do, wouldn't it?
I said you're not trying to read numbers on a story pole or anything like that.
Millimeter.
All you're trying to do is see a mark.
Yeah. To a millimeter.
No. If the mark is black against a white background and it has a thickness of 1 millimeter, you will see it with a theodolite with a 30 power scope or your auto level with a 30 power scope.
Got a 32 power scope, so we'll see next time we take it out. It's a test.
Put a black mark against a white background, put it at 100 meters, and I'll guarantee you'll see it.
I'll take the 5 milli rule out, and we'll see whether we can see that.
No, you don't want to see different graduations. All you want to do is cite a mark. You're not trying to read graduations off a pole or anything. All you want to do is cite a mark to line your crosshairs up with.
No, this is an auto level, George.
Oh, Jesus.
You can't line up your scope like that.
I do want to apologize. The guys that I used to work around never used a piece of equipment like this. I didn't know you could flip the scope like that, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
They must have been using a total station or something.
Well, that's what a total station is, just a theodolite that has a laser in it for doing distance measurement.
Curvature switch. I knew we'd get round to that. So it's
No.
only the total stations that
I'm not going to get into that.
No, but
No,
I mean, it's the
I wasn't trying
it's
to.
only the only the total stations that have it. Or do
They call it a total station if you have distance measurement capability with a theodolite. The term is total station.
Yeah, the total station does all sorts. It does the auto level, it does the theodolite, and it does the GPS. It links everything together with a base normally. But that's ultra high tech, isn't it? We choose not to.
But you
talk
see,
about that. They're costly.
If you go back to that video,
low lifers.
So many different pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
So little time. They must have been using a total station, the guys I worked around, because I didn't realize you could flip the scope like that within the equipment.
I don't know. Yeah, like that one that he's using is a bit of a fancy. Like that's a type of. I mean, there's all sorts of different bits of equipment, different types of theodolites that are built for different types of jobs, right? So they might have had some sort of a specific underground one, right, that was specially built for doing that job.
I mean, from what I've seen and learned so far, they were trying to keep it as first order as possible, because they would take hand measurements. They had a laser on it, but they never used it except for the extra spad they'd put up for me, but they always took first order measurements to get it as accurate as possible. But they never did that. Like, they didn't have that flippable scope like that.
All theodolites have a flippable scope like that.
Well, then I'm apologizing. I said they were using a theodolite. They could have been using a total station.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's total station or not. Theodolites flip in the scope and rotate in the base. Now, the ones that don't flip the scope are your auto levels and your transits.
Yeah, I had to step away for a second. The equipment that the guys I worked around, they never flipped the scope like that.
Well, they didn't have to in their work if all they're doing is trying to set level lines.
No. It was way more complicated than that. They would have to shoot a distance, get a first order. They would have to pull tape. They had a laser finder on it, but they didn't use it. They would have to take. They used a tape to get their accurate measurements, because the maps were.
Well, anyway,
be super accurate.
In looking at that video, if you go to time 2 minutes even, he shows the theodolite rotating around 180 on the base, and then he flips the scope.
Then he sets it to 270, which you didn't say.
No.
But
different theodolites go through a different procedure for collimating. This one, he sets the angles and then hits the collimation switch. For me, I have, with my TopCon GTS 3B, I have to sight a mark like he does, but I just hit a button and tell it that I'm hitting the mark, and it makes the measurement. I don't have to set it to 90 degrees or 270 like he does.
Yeah, blip blip.
Right on.
Yeah. It's cool how good these are.
Not all theodolites do things the same way.
Wait till you get a remote control for it and send it out to do the work for you. Be great.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh. No, I think that's sorted it, has it? Are you all right with that now, Buster?
Yeah. That's the. I just I never seen one of those in operation, so.
He's right the hand here. He's just gone.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Is that
these modern theodolites are pretty sophisticated. You know, they make your work easy.
Is that the type of theodolite you have, George?
Well, it looks a lot like that, and the operation is very similar, except the thing, some of the switches and knobs are a little bit different.
Okay.
Different color, same color.
Well, the theodolite's the same color, that yellow, but like I say, when I looked at his control panel, if you look at time 212, his control panel is a little different than mine. My zero set button is on the right-hand side of the housing for the theodolite. My hold buttons are on the right-hand side. The right and left button, those are also on the left-hand side. They're not on the display, but on the sides of the theodolite. Now, my display just gives me the display. There's no buttons next to the display like on this one.
Yeah, I think they had a complete redesign on that around 2013, I think.
Well, no, I mean, every manufacturer does things a little bit differently. You know, some put their buttons for the control panel next to the display. On mine, they're on the sides of the theodolite.
Yeah, redesigned for ease of use. Wasn't compatible for left-hand.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. If that collimation thing, this guy says as long as he's within 10 millimeters, but he was within 5, that's the error within the horizontal, right?
I don't know. I haven't watched this video about what he's talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about
This is the first time
the error earlier. It's like, you know, George said his was perfect, but I mean that guy has an error.
Yeah, he's got like a 5.
I didn't say it was perfect. I can get it within 1 arc second.
Well, what's equivalent to this guy? He's got 5 millimeters.
Yeah, we used to measurements normally. We don't normally deal in angles. We deal in.
Over what distance?
I don't know. It looks like the guy's like maybe 20 meters away.
That's pretty crude.
Yeah. He said you do 100 meters. He says 5 mil over that.
I'd have to watch the video because you guys may have misinterpreted something.
Yeah, I bet it was Buster misinterpreting it. In fact, I'm looking at it now and it's definitely 5 mil.
That's what he said. He said as long as you're within 10 mil, that he was within 5.
Okay, I'll watch the video for a bit.
It's only
what
an
time
angle
is
measuring
this?
device, right? It doesn't need to be that exact for this sort of stuff. If you're talking about the
it depends upon what your job is.
Auto level, yeah. If you want
it depends on your job and what you're trying to do.
Yeah. If you want accurate elevations, you use an auto level.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Like this guy's like, he's like, we're within 5 mil of that angle. What would be the difference between that and auto level? Doing a 2-peg test or double rodding?
It would be to the millimeter.
Yeah.
It would be bang on, or it wouldn't be right. It'd be going back in the shop.
Oh, I got it. Okay, cool.
Like I was trying to say earlier to Rumpus, they're two different tools.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, that's what I was asking earlier, was that it doesn't add an extra error margin. And this guy's saying 5 mil and over. What was that guy? I'm being generous with 20 meters, I think.
Yeah, yeah, he's not that far away at all, really.
I was just being generous with that.
Because the idea is that you triangulate from different positions, right? You can move and you can go from somewhere else, and like the more sightings you get with the angles, the closer you'll end up getting. But yeah, it's not that accurate for that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I get it now. Sweet.
I have a question.
Yeah, I've hogged all the airtime. Go right ahead.
No, bro, I learned a lot today. But I find one thing funny. They do the collimation. The first one he does 90. Then when he flips it around, he puts it to 270. Why 270?
Because that's the... When he... Okay.
It's the 180 difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
From 90 to 270.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was having a hard time with it because I didn't know they could flip that scope like that. I thought it was... Anything I've ever seen, equipment-wise, it was pretty much fixed. Like, you couldn't flip that scope like that. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
So that's like the two-pegger for the auto level kind of a thing.
Well, sort
really.
of, but I mean, yeah.
Not as accurate, I don't think.
Yeah, the two peg test. I mean, you'll have the similar sort of things with an auto level, right? You know, within the two peg test, you'll be allowed that sort of difference also, or you know, they'll say, but hey, you want it.
It's the error.
Yeah,
it's the error within how you set it up, because when you flip those uprights that hold the scope, when you flip it 180 and you set your scope to 270, it's giving you that error between when those uprights are in one orientation as opposed to other orientation, and it's 5 mil out. Or I'm being generous with 20 meters. So yeah, I had no idea it was that much difference.
Yeah, and George was saying 100 meters, like to the millimeter.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to watch those guys every night, and they would plumb bob their tripod, set it up, plumb bob I don't even know what it is now. It must have been a total station. It wasn't that. Must have been a total station with a laser in it. They would plumb bob the total station also. You know, spin it around, keep checking it. They never did. They didn't have that capability of flipping the scope like that. But I'd say if your tripod's level and plumb, and then the theodolite's level and plumb off a plumb, I'd say you'd be good to go. But
yeah,
I don't know. Wild.
I don't know what the camera is like.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
I just watched the video. All right, you guys aren't fully understanding what this guy is doing. He's not collimating the optics. All he's doing is checking his collimation. He has not corrected for errors in his collimation. If you notice in the video, the first thing he does is he sets the scope to read out 90 degrees. Okay, then he has his assistant make a mark on the pole in the distance. Then he flips the scope, rotates the base, and sights that pole again and sets the scope to 270 degrees and has the assistant make a mark. Now, if the optics on that was exactly collimated and collimated well, those two marks would be on top of one another. They would not be separated. But in his case, you're separated by about 5 millimeters. And he said, good enough. All right. For his work, in that case, it was probably good enough. He said, I'll go with that. I'm fine. There's errors there, but I'll go with it. Now, if you actually went through the procedure to collimate the optics in that theodolite, he would have gone through the procedure I described, and then those two marks, when he went through that procedure again, would be on top of one another. You need to find a better video. This is not a very good video for telling you about collimation.
Well, that would beg the question: why don't people like yourself go on there and correct them?
Why should I?
Well, you come in here to correct us.
Do it better.
Well, I don't know what his purpose is. I mean, he was just checking the collimation.
He's got a series of people how to use these tools.
Well, there are videos out there. If you go look, find a good one. This isn't a very good video.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. All he's doing is showing you how to check the collimation. He's not telling you how to adjust to get the collimation correct.
It's a 2-minute video, George.
Oh, Jesus, Bell. Why are you so obtuse all the time? It's very difficult to talk to you because you think you pick out a random video and you think it's got to be gospel or what I'm talking about. This is not what I'm talking about. All this is doing is checking collimation. Look, I watched the video. I can see what the guy's doing.
Help me.
Just building and construction. George.
Pardon?
They're just building and construction.
270 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, with construction, doing stuff on a construction site, you're not looking for the kind of accuracy I'm looking for when I'm using it. I'm not doing construction site work. I'm doing some precision measurements.
Wow.
Like I say, for construction site, the 5 millimeters for him is probably good enough, But when I'm setting things up, I'm getting my theodolite set up so that I can resolve vertical differences of a millimeter at 100 meters, or which works out to 2 inches over about 2.7 miles. Same thing.
What?
That's what I'm trying to set up.
Wow. You definitely should do a video of this, George. I think you should.
Well, I would, but I don't have a way to do any recording anymore. I lost all my camera gear and stuff. It's going to take me a while to get back to where I was.
Rumpus has got his videographer team. He's sure he could help you a bit once he's finished with all of that sort of stuff.
Well, how am I going to do that? I need to physically have a camera.
He might be. Well, I would say Rumpus has sent it over to you, surely.
Oh, I doubt it.
After he's finished with. I mean, he was saying how many of the cameras he's been offered. Like, he can send you one of them.
Well, no, they're not giving him the cameras. People are bringing their cameras for him to use.
Oh, right. Okay. They're going to let Rumpus use them? Oh, I bet.
Or they may be there with them to use them with him. I don't know. I would guess that would be the case.
Yeah, I think when we go for our annual pilgrimage, we'll go all kitted up with all of our gear. We do a 100-meter sight test as well, can't we? Well, I think it's been pretty helpful tonight, George.
Very.
Buster's done some stuff. We've got to see Rumpus and learn a bit about Rumpus's test. Finally, Somebody measuring the drop of the water level. Can't wait. Can't wait.
I don't get why you didn't go for the hump, the original test, but okay.
It's new.
Rumpus.
Yeah, we've got... It's been done before, the hump. May as well do something new, right?
I guess.
And he's not doing reciprocal, is he, George?
I don't think so, but you'd have to ask him. I don't know. Oh, you know, this has been kind of a ongoing test. Is, you know, he's been changing what he's changed a few things here and there as it's evolved.
I'm surprised he's not trying the old auto level, looking at auto level. I mean, that'd be a brilliant one. I know the amount of times I've heard that one.
Yeah, I'd like to do that one. I was going to do it, but unfortunately I've lost everything now, so take a while. I'd like to do that test. You don't have to do that one over water. You can do that over water or over land.
Yeah, do it anyway.
How do you know the elevations of the equipment you're setting up?
You don't have to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All you're doing is citing the same marks. You send two marks apart, say 100 meters, a kilometer, whatever you want, and you're just citing the two marks. You don't have to, they can be at any elevation you want as long as, well, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. The procedure that you use is you're guaranteed they're going to be at the same elevation. That you do want them to be at the same elevation. You basically do the same thing as differential leveling. Like you do a differential level is you set your auto level between two poles equidistance, and you establish the same height level marks on both poles.
Yeah, but
then
you've got to do it tool abuse, right? You've got to do it beyond the working range of the tool, haven't you?
No,
doesn't
you
work
don't.
within the working range of the tools, this, does it?
No, you can. You can. You just make your marks bigger so that you can see them in the scope.
Yeah, you put a mark on the front of your scope so the other auto level can see the scope within your auto level scope. That's what it is. You're looking at each
that's
other's
one way.
crosshairs,
Yeah, I
aren't you?
suppose that's one way you could do it if you wanted to do it. I'd rather just put a pole off to the side and make a mark on the pole. But if you wanted to do that.
No way. You've got to cite auto levels with auto levels if you're doing this.
Well, if you want to do it that way, yeah, you could do it that way.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's the way you've got to do it.
No, that's not the way you absolutely have to do it.
Yeah, you can't be using a measuring rod.
Yeah, you could.
Nah, that's actual. That's how you use it properly. You can't use a measuring rod when you do this.
You don't need a measuring rod. You can use any sort of pole, put a piece of white tape on it and make a mark.
Yes, that's more like it.
Crayons.
Stick with stick, masking tape, crayon. Boom, off you go. Two auto levels looking at each other.
Yeah, you could do it that way.
Yeah.
That would actually take less time to do. You'd have to, maybe get yourself I hate to stick things on my optics. That's the only thing. If you stick a piece of tape, then you might get some glue on it.
If you were to sight a rod at a distance and make a mark, and then set the other auto level up at that mark, then shoot back to your other auto level at a mark, wouldn't they just be reading the same thing and at the same heights? Or, I guess I'm confused.
Yeah, in principle, that's what they'd be doing, but except that if you go far enough distance out, when you sight back to the original mark on a curved earth, you'll be shooting high. You won't hit the mark.
There you go. Beyond.
That's the test.
Beyond the limits of the The auto level.
No.
Yeah.
No,
How would you
not
ever
the
know
auto
if your
level.
auto level?
Auto level has no limits.
What? No.
The working range, I've explained this to you
no.
before, Bev. The working range, what's called the working range of an auto level, is the range over which, with the power scope that you have using a standard range pole that is marked in hundredths of a foot, which is about an 1/8 graduations, that's the best. That's the furthest distance you can go out and still be able to resolve the difference between the graduations. If you make the graduations further apart, say twice as far apart, you can go out twice as far. But for a standard range pole, marked in hundredths of a foot, 1/8 of an inch, the best you can do with, say, 32 power scope is on the order of, the best you could probably do is on the order of about 100 meters.
Ooh, that's why I said you have to lose the pole, right? You can't have a pole involved in it, can you?
For what?
Because then you have limits.
No, you just have a pole with coarser graduations. Rather than having them 1/8 of an inch apart, put them a 1/4 inch apart. Then you can go twice as far out.
Yeah. Bigger pole or just sort of bigger numbers?
Yeah, bigger numbers, bigger graduations.
I see.
That's why at 6 miles, I use targets that are 5 feet high.
Have you got a 6 mile pole?
I use targets that I make.
Big wazzing ones. How big's your 6 mile target?
It's about 5 feet high by 3 feet wide.
Wow.
And then it's got two triangles on it that are pointed.
If you were to have a pole, how big would the pole be? If you were to have a 6 mile pole, would that be each graduation? 5 foot by 3 foot.
Let's see, at 6 miles, for me to do 1 arc second, my graduations would have to be about 4 inches apart.
Oh, on that 5 by 3.
Yeah.
So is that what your targets were like? 5 by 3 graduated in what, 4-inch strips?
Yes.
Horizontal.
Yes.
Nice. Is that what Rumpus is doing?
Sort of similar.
Any particular pattern on his board?
Yeah. He's modeled his targets.
I bet he's got a picture of himself on it, hasn't he?
He's modeled his targets after mine.
Yeah, with a picture of... Did you have a picture of Rumpus on your things? Targets?
No. Why would I?
I just imagine Rumpus loving to look through a thing and see a picture of himself. Are you not jealous of him? Imagine.
Why?
Well, what about Robotham and Wallace? They've gone down in history within this little group that we're in.
Yeah, doesn't affect me
you
at all.
Get books wrote about him. You get his name.
Well, that's fine.
I'll definitely get a chapter in Data's book.
Oh, I don't care about Data's book.
Do you not? Do you reckon Ranty's going to come and help him with? Because Ranty's going to get an auto level, isn't he? 32 times scope, apparently.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, really expensive one. Do you reckon he's going to come and help? I bet
that'd be kind of nice, huh?
Be just like Ranty, wouldn't it? Come down there and take all of the fame off him. It could be the Rumpus and Ranty test.
Okay, I've got a picture for you. I can show you what things look like through my auto level. Let's see. Screen. I'll put it in the chat here. These are my targets. This is what I used 3 years ago. If you look at those targets, I have two triangles that are pointed towards one another. That establishes center, so you can very easily find where the center of the target is.
Yeah, how
The
far
first
away
target,
are they?
huh?
Go on, how far away are they then?
I was just going to tell you that.
Brilliant.
The first target on the right, that's next to the vertical crosshair, that target is at, let's see, that target would be at 1.36 miles. That orange target just to the left of it is at 4 miles. The target just above the orange target, that's my 6-mile target. And then the target way on the left is the 2.73-mile target. This is basically what Rumpus is going to be doing, setting targets up at different distances, lining up with the crosshairs of the auto level.
That's some good focus you've got there on that. Is that an auto level?
Yes.
Because
that's a top con auto level.
Wow, yeah, that's like it's got a good depth of field on that. What f-stop do you reckon that's got on it?
I don't know.
Mine doesn't have them do that. I have to focus in on each of them individually. At close range, anyway, when I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first target being over a mile away, I mean, you're basically at, infinity, essentially, as far as the optics are concerned.
Okay, so and how big are those things? What, 5 foot?
Well, they're all scaled to take perspective into account. So that first target on the
is it?
Huh?
Is it 33 and a third arc seconds for each of them?
Around that, yeah.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah. So that big target just above the orange target, that 6-mile target, that's 3 feet across by 5 feet high. The target that's just to the left of the vertical crosshair, that's about a third of the size. So that's going to be about a foot across and maybe about 2.5 feet high. And the leftmost target, that's going to be about half the size of the 6-mile target, or 1.5 feet across by about 2.5 feet high.
Yeah, they're all like a linear, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a linear scale. Yeah. Go twice as far out, the target has to be twice the size in both dimensions, vertical and horizontal. So I did that so that they all scale so that they look basically the same size to take perspective into account.
Did you try and set them at the same height?
Yeah,
or is that,
I did that too.
That's put the back one up then?
Well, what I also did, if you look at those targets, let's see here, get back there. If you look down lower, there's 2 targets on these poles. The lower set of targets are all set to the same height, to be 73 inches above the water. So they're all at the same height.
Uh-huh. And the top ones?
But right now I'm just citing the top targets. Now if I set the auto level down, if I moved it down to be 73 inches above the water, then it would cite those targets, and then I would see what you are looking for, the bulge in the middle.
It's auto level that as well, like it doesn't have a curvature switch.
So here's another one.
Switch.
Here's another image I'll show you. You can see the lower targets.
It's like a really thick crosshair that as well, George. Look at it.
There. That's looking at the same set of targets, but I've
Look how thick
I've backed the camera off. I've backed the camera off so I've got a wider field of view, and you can see on some of the poles there's lower targets. Those lower targets are the Robotham style, Bedford level style test.
Robotham? Robotham was 8 inches off the water, wasn't he?
Yeah, they were too close to the water. My lower set of targets, like I said, were 73 inches above the water.
How is it Robotham style if it's not? That was his big thing, wasn't it? Wasn't that Robotham's selling point, that 8 inches?
Well, I said style, not exactly Robotham. All the targets being the same height or elevation above the water. That's what I mean by the Robotham style.
Well, didn't he just get a guy in a dinghy to go away?
Yes, but you're going in a dinghy, and the boat is going to be all at the same height above the water.
So which one of those is moving?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're not this thick, are you?
You said style. Like, I'm trying to wonder if it's not the 8 inches and it's not the moving target. What's the style? Was he wearing a hat or something?
The targets are all the same height above the water. That's the Robotham style.
Well, in respect to the guy in the boat was rowing away.
Yes, the target was all at the same height above the water. If you put it in a boat, the boat isn't going to change height above the water as you roll down the canal.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's what my targets are, the lower set of targets. They're all at the same elevation above the water. Same thing.
It looks pretty, that, with all of those different colours.
Well, you're looking over my optical corridor going out to 6 miles. I had a lot of different targets set up over on the lake.
And was this for your refraction test?
Yes.
Somebody told us that you swapped it to curvature after a bit.
I did what?
You swapped it to a curvature. You did a Cavendish.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is after I made adjustments for doing the curvature test. Yeah. It started off as doing refraction, but then some people, I was explaining what I was doing once on Steve McRae's Great Debate Community.
Great Debate? What happened to that place? We're into debates.
It kind of went to shit. But anyway, some people asked me after they saw what I was doing, if I could make a curvature test from it, and I got to thinking about it. So yeah, that'd be pretty easy. I could easily modify it for that.
Are you sure it wasn't a joke when they said that?
No, it wasn't a joke. No, they were sincere about it.
Who was it?
Jeez, that was like 3 years ago. I don't remember who.
They didn't give you any money to do it, did they?
No, I funded all this myself.
What? Because somebody said, could you do it? It's nice. The curvature. And how much curvature did you find?
Well, I found it agreed quite well to the 8 inches per mile squared.
That's convenient.
What do you mean convenient? It was just verifying that the formula is an accurate depiction of what we find on the Earth.
And that's why Rumpus is going for the drop. Right? Because I know that the drop numbers, when you do the calculations, they're much bigger than the hump. I mean, the hump's...
Well, yeah, of course. The hump is only 1/4 of what the drop is.
Mm-hmm. So it's easier, you reckon?
That's right. It's much easier to see and measure.
And measure. I like that. We're all about the measurements.
Yeah, doing the hump thing is kind of difficult because, like I say, it's always about 1/4.
Mm-hmm. And well, if it's not there in 400 meters, right, it's not going to be there in any distance further than that, would it?
Well, 400 meters makes it pretty difficult to make any measurements. because the curvature is ever so slight.
Yeah. I think you guys calculated 400 meters.
Well, 400 meters.
Yeah.
At 400 meters, your drop is going to be about 3/4 of 1/16. What's that? 3/4 of one? Or I mean, let's see. 3/4 of a millimeter per mile squared. So, or per 100 meters squared. So if you go 4, that's 16 times 3/4. So that's going to be about 12 millimeters, 1.2 centimeters.
12.6.
Okay. Yeah. Well, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Like I said.
But that would put the hump at 3.1, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And if that 3.1 isn't there, then you're not going to find any, really, are you?
Oh, no, you will. It's just that at 3.1, your possible errors that you could would swamp that out. I mean, that isn't very much that you're trying to see. 3.1 millimeters. I mean, quite the crosshairs in your auto level is on the order of 2 arc seconds. So thick. So at 100 meters, oh gosh, let's see. Let me think that out through.
That'd be the hump. I mean, what sort of accuracy was your theodolite at?
My theodolite what?
You said it was 1 millimeter at 100 meters.
Right, that's the best I can resolve with it. Yeah, it's about a millimeter at 100 millimeters, or 100 meters.
Okay, well, when you get to 200 meters, what would that be there?
At 200, well, it'd be twice that, or 1/2 that at 200 meters.
Half that.
Well, if at 100 meters I can resolve. Oh, I'm sorry. It have to be twice that. Yeah. If at 100 meters I can resolve 1 millimeter, at 200 millimeters or 200 meters, I'd have to have it twice that to resolve it.
So
anything less than that
would
not be able to see.
Well, you're getting there. See, you've got 3.1 and you're already at 2.
What? What are you asking?
I said you've got 2 millimeters at 200 meters, but you've got a hump of 3.1. It's looking like you could actually measure this with a theodolite.
No, that's just too close.
With yours? What?
Well,
do you do 300
that's with any. I mean, that's using a 1 arc second instrument.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not going to do much better than that, Bev. A 1 arc second instrument. Your auto level certainly isn't any better than that. In fact, I bet you can't set the compensator any better to maybe about 2 centimeter or 2 arc seconds using the double peg test with if you're to try to calibrate your auto level.
Auto level doesn't measure angles, so you can't do anything to any arc seconds.
No, you can set what it's reading the horizontal to within certain arc seconds. Sure, you're not going to read it out, but you want your horizontal
or it's not horizontal. That's the thing with horizontal.
No, not with an auto level. You have to calibrate it so that when the crosshairs are right on horizontal. That gets adjusted by, you can adjust your compensator and bias it one way or the other, but you don't want to do that. You want to make sure your compensator is dead nuts on so that when you're looking through the crosshairs, you're looking at 90 degrees from the zenith, but you have to check that periodically with the double peg test to verify that auto level is set up.
You do a double peg test every time you get it out. That's the first thing you do with it before you use it.
Yes.
To make sure.
And that's the reason why you want to do it. And then at the auto level, if the auto level is out of adjustment, then with the double peg test, it'll tell you that the crosshairs aren't reading horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why you do it. So you know if it's still working.
Yeah.
It's nothing new there, Judge.
I never claimed there was.
You said occasionally.
Well, not everybody takes their auto level out of the case and does the double peg test initially to check it out, because unless you've been banging it around, I have found with my auto level that I don't have to do a double peg test every time. I have checked it without I have checked it over a period of months with a double peg test and found that it was right on.
Yeah, I've
over
never,
a period of
I've
months.
never had a failed one for a double peg test, but you still have
as
to
long
do
as
it.
you don't knock, as long as you don't knock your auto level around, there's no reason for it to really go out of adjustment. Now, if the temperatures change quite a bit, you might want to check it, because temperatures can change. The mechanical adjustments. Why do you interrupt all the time?
Because you keep saying occasionally. It's every time.
No, you don't have to do it every time. You can, if you want precision work. Yes, check it every time. I don't disagree with that. But like on construction sites and stuff, the surveyors or people that use their auto levels, I can guarantee you they don't do a double peg test every time. They're not going to go through that procedure. It takes about a half an hour or more. When you're on a construction site, you're not going to be spending that time doing a double peg test to check out your auto level all the time.
Do you know what a double peg test is?
Yeah, of course I do.
It doesn't take half an hour, mate.
Well, it does if it's out of adjustment.
If it's out of adjustment, it doesn't get used.
No, you can adjust the compensator using the double peg test.
No.
To get it on, to get it in.
No.
Yes, you can. How the hell do you think they do it?
You take them to the calibration shop.
But you don't have to. You can do it yourself with a double peg test. I do it all the time. I calibrate auto levels.
You what?
Yes.
Wow, this is new. You calibrate auto levels.
Yes.
Wow. Shit hot, George. We never even knew this.
Well, I don't tell you everything that I do with instrumentation.
Tell us the process of this. Auto level calibration, please.
Well, are you going to interrupt me? All right. The way I set it up is I've got a hallway that's a little over 400 feet long. Okay. So it's a little over 100 meters long. I set the auto level in the center so that I'm shooting about 200 feet in each direction, the foresight and the back sight. So you're looking at a shot, let's see, what would that be? At 200 feet, see, 39.37. I'm shooting 61 meters in each direction. Okay, and I do this in a hallway that's enclosed, so it's temperature stable, and so I don't have refraction. But that doesn't matter anyway, because when you set your auto level in the middle and sight two walls 200 feet apart, the refraction is taken out of the equation anyway, and so is ortho curvature. So your auto level is set in the middle. Okay, I've got, say, the east wall and the west wall, and the auto level's in the center. So now I shoot the east wall. I have a range pole or a target set up there, and I have the auto level set on a tripod, and I shoot that wall, and I have a mark made on that far wall of where the crosshairs of the auto level are set up. And on the scale, I have a scale set up on that wall that's hundredths of an inch. very, very precise, very fine marks, very, very high resolution, hundredths of an inch. And I shoot where on the scale, or I mark where on the scale the crosshairs of the auto level are hitting that scale. Then I shoot in the other direction and do the same thing to a scale there to make a mark where on the scale on the west wall the auto level is sighting with the crosshairs. Okay, now I'm guaranteed that those two levels, or those two marks on the east and the west wall, are at the same elevation. They're on the same level. Okay, now
you are calibrating it though, right?
Yes, I'm getting to the point. Okay. First, I got to set up the targets so I can do the calibration. Okay, so we got marks on the two scales on the east wall and the west wall, set from the center. Okay, now you move the auto level, say towards the east wall, 10 feet away from the east wall, and now you adjust the height of the auto level so it hits, the crosshairs hit that mark on the east wall. You can do that by adjusting the 3 screws on your tri-back, as well as the, you can move the tripod up and down and then get close.
Oh,
and then
I get it. Yeah, just that only with a few mil though, right?
You can get it right on. I can get it right on to within a few hundredths of an inch.
What, using those screws for up and down?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So, say 2/100ths of an inch is a half a millimeter. So I can get it within a half a millimeter easily, or 3/4, or about 2/10ths of a millimeter actually, is I can get that auto level set up on that mark when it's 10 feet away. Okay, so you get the height of the auto level. You have
to do it the same height?
Yes.
Okay.
I just said, after I get the two marks, one mark on the east wall, one mark on the west wall set up with the auto level in the center, I move the auto level to within 10 feet, 10, 20 feet of the target. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then, say on the east wall, and I adjust the height of the auto level by adjusting the tripod and then the 3 screws on the tri-back for fine adjustment to get the crosshairs of the auto level to sight the mark that I put on the scale on the east wall. So now I know the auto level is set to that height. Then you rotate the auto level 180 degrees to shoot the mark on the bar mark on the west wall. Now, if the auto level is set up properly and it's calibrated, the crosshairs will hit that bar mark. They'll be lined up with that bar mark. If it isn't lined up with the bar mark, then you adjust the compensator. And there's a little screw in the compensator. You go in with like a little tool.
But that's the bit I wanted to know about, right? Because you've just basically explained a fancy 2-peg test where you adjust for height.
That's right.
With the new height.
Right.
I didn't even know about that height adjustment method that you do.
That's exactly what it is. It's a 2-peg test.
Right. It's the actual calibration part that, because you said you calibrate auto levels. You didn't say you do 2-peg tests in your hallway.
Okay, well, what I'm describing is a 2-peg test for calibrating.
It's a 2-peg test hallway, right? Not a calibration hallway.
But you can use the 2-peg test to calibrate.
No, you can't. That's just the 2-peg test. Right. How do you calibrate? How do you calibrate the
You didn't let me finish. I'm telling you how to do it.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
Thank you.
So do I have to back up?
No. I just want to know how you do the calibration part of it.
Well, if you didn't interrupt me, I would have been done. Okay. We now have the auto level about 10 feet away from the east wall, from the scale there, and we have a height set up to the mark on that scale. Now we rotate and we shoot the mark, the scale on the far wall over on the west wall. Now, like I said, if the auto level crosshairs are lined up with that mark on the west wall, on that scale that I cited when I was in the middle, then I know the compensator is properly adjusted and it's still in calibration. Now, if the crosshairs are sighting low or high from that mark, I know that the auto level is out of calibration, and I need to bring it in. And the way you bring it in to calibration is there's a little screw on the compensator, and what you do is as you adjust that compensator screw, the crosshairs move up and down on that target, on that scale. And you adjust it so it's 1/2 the height of the distance between your starting mark and where it's sighting. And then you know you're very close to being calibrated. So you can check it.
You're just moving the hairs.
That's right. You got to bring it into calibration so that the crosshairs are reading level or reading horizontal.
Okay, so you do the calibration with the reticule.
That's right. You use a reticule to check. Oh, God. Look, if the auto level is shooting a true horizontal and you set it in the middle and you shoot the east wall and the west wall and put a mark where the crosshairs are on those two walls, if that's truly a horizontal, if it's truly set up for horizontal, then when you move the auto level close to one wall and sight the mark, get it set up to the proper height and shoot the far wall, then they should all be in line. They should be all on the same horizontal. If they're not, then the auto level crosshairs will shoot high or low to the mark that's on the far wall. And if it's high or low, then you adjust the compensator to bring the crosshairs in to half the distance that it's out.
And then, when you say you adjust the compensator to bring the crosshairs,
yeah.
Well, they're two different parts of the auto level, right?
What do you mean,
aren't
two
they?
Different parts? What?
The compensator.
What do you mean? What? It's part of the auto level.
Yeah, the compensator. Yeah.
It's in the optics. It's in the prisms inside the auto level.
Right, but the hair, the reticule, isn't. It's a different part.
No, it isn't. It's etched into the optics. It's etched into the prisms. It's internal.
The crosshair.
Yes. When you look through your eyepiece and you see that crosshair is etched into the optics in the center of the auto level.
Are you sure? Is that new stuff?
Yes. Where else do you think it is?
Just right by the eyepiece.
No, it's inside.
Oh.
You might think it's right at the eyepiece, but it's not. It's way into the center of the auto level. Now, if you want to check, on your auto level at the eyepiece, there's generally a kind of like a black knurled ring. If you unscrew that, if you turn it counterclockwise, that will come off, and then that will reveal the adjustments for the compensator. You'll see a little hole in there and a screw. And if you loosen up that screw, and there's a little bent little tool you put in there, and you can move your crosshair up and down with respect to the image by how you move that little screw with the tool.
Are you licensed to do that? Do you officially do it, or do you just do that to your own stuff?
I do it to my own stuff.
Right. Do you do it for other people as well?
Yeah, sometimes they come to me to adjust it for them. I mean, I don't do it on an ongoing basis. I just do it as as certain surveyors or people that have them want me to check their calibration.
Yeah. Do you certify it? Do you get certificates and all that for the?
No, I can't do that because I don't have my lab isn't certified for doing that.
Your lab, your hallway, corridor.
Well, my lab, yeah. I mean, I've gone down to official calibration stations in Minneapolis called Northwest Lasers, and they do these sorts of things, but they have some, they don't have these hallways for doing, they don't use a 2-peg test. They have some special optics that they look through. They do it over about a 30-foot room. They've got lasers and special optics that are mounted on granite blocks and vibration-free poles and stuff like that. They have some rather sophisticated setups so that they don't have to do a 2-peg test.
Yeah, the guys that, when I took mine to the calibration shop, they have a special bed with mirrors.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
No, you were talking about a 400-foot hallway.
For myself, I said when I go to Northwestern, don't you listen, Bab? Do you have a listening problem, hearing problem? Because I just said when I take it to Northwest Lasers, when I took my stuff to Northwest Lasers to get done, they have granite beds and vibration-free beds made out of granites. They have mirrors, lasers, and all this stuff, so that they do not have to do a 2-peg test to do the color or to do the calibration. They have these special optics that they can use to do it with.
Well, the 2-peg test is just a check, right?
No, it isn't. You can use it to adjust the compensator.
That's interesting.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to say it. I've already said 3 times to you, Bev. You can use the 2-peg test. You can use a 2-peg test to calibrate your auto level.
Okay, thank you, George. That's
you can do it yourself if you wanted to take the time to do it.
I wouldn't do it myself, no, George. I would take it to a calibration shop.
Well,
and I would advise anyone else to take their tools in order to get it certified properly, to take them to a proper place.
But sometimes, like when
don't
you're on
start
the job,
fiddling about with your own tools.
No, Bev. Sometimes when you're on a job, suppose you drop the instrument and it goes out of calibration. You want to be able to put it back in. You're not going to sit and have to wait a day or 2 or a week to take it to a calibration lab. Your time is money. You're on the job. You got to get the job done that day.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a way. These things are set up.
These jobs, it needs to be done. Let's go. Let's do it.
So these things are set up so that the user can calibrate them themselves.
Right, but you can't get yourself a certificate. And if you got caught with a tool that was out of certification, and
that's fine. But I can. That's fine. But I can calibrate an auto level every bit as good as any certified lab can.
Wow, that's a claim. I like that. I like it.
And you could too. If you took the time, if you did a number of these and got some experience in using the 2-peg test and learning how to calibrate, you could do it just as well yourself too.
Do you reckon you could do it with the water level? Do you reckon you could do it with the water level?
No, you can't do it with the water level.
No, I mean calibrate it, because you've got your marks, haven't you? You'd know that those 2 marks were horizontal at either end all the way.
Yeah, you'd have to use your auto level though.
Yeah. Calibrate the water.
But that's what that's basically what you're doing, Bev. When you take an auto level, Bev, that's basically what. Bev, that's basically what you're doing. When you set your auto level in the center of a hallway and you shoot 2 walls that are equidistant apart, or 2 targets that are equidistant from your auto level, when you set, it doesn't matter if the auto level is an adjustment or not. If you sight and make a mark, say on the east wall, rotate 180, sight and make a mark on the west wall, those 2 marks are guaranteed to be at the same level. So if you took your water level, will you shut up? Jesus Christ, Bev. You're so annoying. Just let me finish. So if you took your water level and you have the 2 risers, you have your water level, and you set, say, the one end up at the east wall to the same as the mark that you established using the outer level, and you took the other end to the west wall, you would find that the water in that riser will hit that mark. It'll give you the same reading as what the outer level did.
Calibrated water level. Right there and then. 2 peg test. Water level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Sweet. So that's a calibrated, that's how you calibrate. That's how you use a 2 peg test to calibrate your water level.
You could, but I mean, you can't adjust a water level like you can an outer level. I mean, the water level gives you what level is. I mean, there's no calibration required.
No calibration screw.
Yeah. You don't calibrate a water level.
Well,
I mean,
actually, R.C. Meisty said his dad had a water level calibration tool. Yeah.
What? You don't calibrate a water level.
R.C. Meisty has his dad. His dad or his granddad. I can't remember which one.
Come on, Bev. Just think about it. You can't calibrate a water level.
I'm just saying. Don't like R.C. Meisty. I thought it was a bit weird. He said he was going to come back and show us it, but he never did come back and show us it.
I don't know what you mean by calibrating a water level, because that doesn't make sense.
We just did one in your hallway.
No, you don't calibrate a water level. Oh, God. Don't you understand? The water, there's no way to adjust the heights of the water level. The water in the risers on the ends of your water level. It just is. It seeks level automatically. You don't adjust that.
Yeah, horizontal. We just did it before.
Okay. Jeez, I feel like taking a sharp stick sometimes. Bev, and poke my eyes out the way I'm talking to you. Okay, so you understand now how to calibrate your auto level?
Like a twiddling a screw, I think, somewhere.
Yeah. Do you have your auto level handy?
It's in the box up there, yeah, on the shelf.
I'll show you where the compensator is if you want.
I think I'm taking it out next weekend.
Well, I'm saying take it out of the box. Bev, I'm saying take it out of the box right now and put it on your table, and I'll show you where the compensator is.
It's all right, George. It's getting late.
Okay.
It's nearly 3 o'clock.
But yes,
maybe some other time.
Just to summarize, yes, you use a 2-peg test to check your auto level, and if it isn't reading accurately, then you can use the 2-peg test to bring it into adjustment. You can calibrate it using the 2-peg test.
Or I advise, if it's not
that's fine.
Calibrated by the proof of the 2-peg test, then take it to a calibration shop to get it calibrated.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that, and then you get a certificate of calibration. That's what you pay for.
Did you see the shaking Bob gave his auto level?
Bob gave what? Bob who?
Bob who? Bob the liar guy.
The liar guy?
Yeah, the one that said he measured the drop of the water level over his...
I'm not familiar with this guy. Who's Bob the liar guy?
He's that, the politician one.
Politician?
Yeah. Did you not see it?
No.
He's doing sextant stuff at the minute.
Dr. Bob.
Oh, the
George, Dr. Bob.
Flat moon.
Oh, you mean Bob the science guy?
He's researching the flat moon at the minute.
You mean Bob the science guy?
Well,
over in Michigan?
I don't know where he's from.
I don't know who you're talking about then. The only Bob I know is Bob the science guy over in Michigan.
The one that lies about measuring the drop of the water level.
Well, I don't know about that.
You didn't see him?
No, I don't.
I wouldn't watch that. Do not watch his video with an auto level.
See,
you'd be ashamed. Like I knew you had nothing to do with it, George. I knew you didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, a lot of times you guys make assumption. I watch all these videos. I watch very few videos.
Yeah, I know, but you're the
don't
surveying
watch.
guy, and Bob went for completely off script, and he started doing some auto level stuff, but he was freestyling it. It was funny. I knew you had nothing to do with it because he would have been, at least been a little bit better advised. You'd have told him. I think you'd have
Well, I
told
don't
him
know.
not to do it.
I don't know this video you're talking about. So.
Yeah, don't watch it. But he's doing sextant stuff at the minute.
Okay.
Land sextants.
No, I'm not familiar. All I know is some basic stuff with sextants. I've never used them. I've never had one to use. So.
No, because they're for boats, aren't they? Out in the water.
Yeah, navigation by the stars. Yeah.
Yeah. And you haven't got a boat, have you? I don't think Bob's got a boat either.
Well, I have a boat, but the lake I'm on, I navigate by landmarks, by looking at features on the land. I'm not out in the ocean where all you see is ocean.
Okay, so you could use a sextant out there for navigating.
Well, I could, but I don't need to because, like I say, everywhere our lakes are filled with islands, and I recognize islands and features on islands to know where I'm at. It's just like navigating on our lakes here is just like navigating yourself through town. You know where if you see a 7-Eleven next to, say, a King Super, you know kind of where you are at a hardware store. Well, it's the same thing in reading the lakes out here. The islands have different features, different kinds of trees. Some trees, you might find a dead tree on one island. You kind of know where you're at, you know.
Dead Tree Island.
Like there's one island called Bushy Head. It's got a very distinctive feature in one of the hills. There's a gold mine there, you know, big hole in the side of the mountain mine shaft, you know, so you know you're at Bushy Head. But reading the lake with islands and that is just like reading where you are on the streets in the city.
Yeah, how big's that lake?
It's got two arms to it. It's kind of shaped like kind of like an L. It goes 40 miles from where I live up north, and then it goes 40 miles to the east from where I live.
Wow.
It's a fairly good sized lake. It's the 10th largest 10th largest freshwater lake in North America.
Is there
outside of the Great
always
Lakes?
Drop? Is it all dropping, or?
Well, yeah, the surface of the water drops from a tangent line or a horizontal line from a point.
From everywhere that you're at?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you wouldn't know it going out in the middle of the lake. Everything looks flat and horizontal. You have to actually measure it. It's very deceiving.
You have to imagine it.
Pardon?
You just have to imagine it.
I suppose. We all have good imaginations.
Mine's terrible.
I don't doubt it. So is there anything else on the two-peg test or theodolites you want to know?
Well, no, like I say, everybody here, I think, has already been through the two-peg test.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But apparently you didn't realize that you could use it to adjust the compensator on your auto level.
Well, I'd advise not to.
I'd say once you get used to it and get some experience, you can do every bit as good as a Cal lab. And you might have to, like I say, is if you're out in a job and all of a sudden something happens, you drop your auto level or something, you'd probably have to do it yourself to get things, back in line. You don't want to be sitting and waiting till you can go back to a Cal lab to get it done. If you're on a job or something and you find your auto levels out of adjustment, you want to bring it back in. And it's not that difficult to do. It just takes a lot of patience because when you use that little bent tool that normally comes with an auto level to adjust the compensator, it's a rather sensitive adjustment. You just move the compensator a little bit and you can jump the crosshairs quite a bit, many arc seconds. So it takes a little getting used to and learning the technique.
It'd be better to just not try and drop your auto level, right? Treat it like you feel.
Well, yeah, we all try to not do that, but sometimes accidents happen. But like I told you earlier, is if you're careful with your auto level and don't bang it around much, it stays in calibration pretty well. And as you'll find every time you take your auto level out, if you wanted to do the 2-peg test, you'll find that it's probably, stays pretty much on the money.
Yeah, Bob was shaking his about. That's why I thought it was quite funny, because he didn't do a 2-peg test either. Because he hasn't got a measuring rod.
Yeah. Well, you don't need a measuring rod to do a 2-peg test. All you have to do is set up a pole, and you could, as long as you have 2 poles and you can put a mark on it, you could always put some white masking tape on it and make mark with a pencil or a pen.
Tape some rulers to goalposts.
Yeah. Poor man's range pole.
Yeah, is that acceptable, right?
Yeah, there's nothing saying you have to have an officially marked range pole to do a 2-peg test. Like you say, 2 rulers would work. You just tape it to the wall or tape it to a couple trees in between your auto level or something.
Yeah, rack here. That sounds like normal sort of shit, right? Out on the field, you've dropped your auto level. You've got no range finding poles. Just borrow a couple of kids' rulers, stick them to something, and you can recalibrate your level.
Yeah, it's something you don't want to be doing for the first time, but
get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, it takes experience to learn the technique and learn how the compensator behaves in your particular auto level when you use the adjustment tool. Like I say, it's real sensitive. It's very, very sensitive. And you just move the adjustment screw just a little bit, and you can move the crosshairs a significant amount in the optics.
Nice.
Just like anything, is with experience comes ease of use. And I've learned, the first few times I did it, maybe even three, 4 times, it was cumbersome for me, and it took an awful long time. But now I've done it so many times, I can do it in pretty short order. I can home in real quick on getting the crosshairs set up with the compensator so that it's right on the money. And see, that's where the difference in a modern day theodolite comes in, Bev, is you don't have to adjust a compensator in order to get the optics collimated, which is equivalent to, calibrating an auto level. That's pretty much all taken care of by the internal computer. If you just sight a mark, do a foresight, and then a back sight on the mark, or not a back sight, but do a foresight, flip the scope, and then rotate the base, shoot the same mark. There's a procedure you go through on the theodolite where the internal computer takes care of it for you. Which is equivalent to having a compensator adjustment in an auto level. Yeah, I was using auto level for quite a few years and doing my tests, but ever since I became aware of how a theodolite can do the same job, I've now exclusively used the theodolite rather than auto level now, because it's so easy to set it up and collimate the vertical on it.
Nice. I've never heard anybody say that, George, but good for you.
Works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because like Rumpus and I were telling you earlier, is the theodolite can do the same job as an auto level.
Yeah, but one of them measures angles and the other one just measures.
Yeah,
sets up a horizontal.
That's right. But you can set the angle on the vertical on a theodolite to 90 degrees, and it's set to horizontal, just like an auto level. It'll do the job that an auto level will do, if you want it to.
Yeah. So I've heard you say.
Well, sometime if you have an opportunity and you're with a surveying crew, ask the surveyor how would he set a horizontal using a theodolite. Ask him,
I'd ask him, I think, the better question would be, if you wanted to establish a horizontal, what would you use? What would be the most accurate tool? Over distance.
Well, like I say, if you have both a 1 arcsecond theodolite and a 1 arcsecond auto level, they're equivalent. One will not be better than the other one.
Over what distance?
Over the same distance, or whatever distance you want to, use. I mean,
So
one does not have a distance capability better than the other one.
You reckon?
Yeah, I reckon.
For establishing a horizontal?
Yeah.
Let's say 400 meters. How accurate could you be at setting a horizontal?
That would be, well, tell me what kind of theodolite you have. If it's a 1 arcsecond theodolite,
I'm asking
what?
What's the most
I'm
accurate?
telling you. Okay, with the theodolites that I use, it's a 1 arcsecond theodolite. So I could set at what you say, 400 meter?
Yeah.
At 400 meters, I would be able to set things within, excuse me, I'm getting dry. I'd be able to set it into within 1 arcsecond, which at 400 meters would be in a vertical height of 12.6 millimeters.
.6.
Yeah.
That's your accuracy.
Yes.
Wow.
At 400 meters.
That's cool. The accuracy of your crosshair on the horizontal.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired, Beth. Back up. That was wrong. that was something else I was thinking about.
Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
Perhaps you've got
I'm
somebody
sorry.
feeding you the wrong information there, right?
What do you mean, somebody? There's nobody here.
Have you not
just
still got your
calling.
Skype line open to Rumpus?
No, shit. Rumpus went to bed long time ago. Let's see. 1 arc second is, let's see, that's 4.848 microradians. And at 400 meters, that's 1.9 millimeters.
What, you can be 1.9 millimeter accurate with a horizontal over 400 meters?
Well, that's what you're asking for. I mean,
No,
that's
I'm asking you with what tool would be the most accurate over 400 meters?
I'm saying they both, for a 1 arc second instrument, they would both be able to get you within 2 millimeters, 1.9 millimeters.
No way.
Yeah. For a horizontal, but the thing is you're going to also have to work in earth curve on that particular measurement going that far out. If you go that far out,
horizontal. Why do you need to figure in earth curve to a horizontal?
0.78. Just a minute, I'm going to tell you something here. At 400 meters, at 400 meters, the earth curve is about 12.6 millimeters, so you're going to have to add that in.
Add it into a horizontal. Where do you add it in?
Well, if you're taking your arm level, say, and you set it up at a certain height, and you want to shoot the same height out at 400 meters, when you sight a mark at 400 meters with that auto level, for that mark to be at a horizontal with the first mark, you're going to have to move it up 12.6 millimeters from what the auto level is shooting at.
Sorry? Say that again. Like, wait a minute. Okay. The auto level is establishing a horizontal, and then you have to lift that up 12.6.
Just a minute. I'm getting so tired here.
I know.
Hang on. Okay, you want to shoot a horizontal. Okay, I'm sorry. God dang. Let me think here. I'm sorry, Bev. I'm just really getting tired. You want to shoot a horizontal? Yeah. You could, backing up, that horizontal could be set up to within about 2 meters or 2 millimeters if you didn't have refraction that you had to take into account.
Take into account refraction over?
Yeah, if you had refraction over 400 meters, you're not going to pick up a whole lot of refraction, but you could maybe have some, but not likely to really significantly change things. So I'd say you could probably set yourself up within 3 millimeters at 100 or at 400.
With which one?
Well, I'm saying I would give myself a little more range for margin for error, and rather than say 2, I'd probably go with 3.
Okay, 3 mil, and that's with the theodolite and the auto level.
Correct. A 1 arc second instrument, one that is capable.
An optical instrument.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do you reckon? How accurate would a water level be?
Well, I've never seen one of these micrometer water levels that you guys claim are available. If that's available, it should be.
Well, let's take the micrometer off, right? Just have a normal basic water level. How accurate would that be?
I wouldn't guess that could be better than. I wouldn't want to push it more than a millimeter, I would think.
Okay, well, but that would be more accurate then.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, so over distance.
Oh, wait, no, not for horizontal, for level, not for horizontal.
But, like, you could, if you imagined it.
A water level, if you were, okay,
you
all
could
right,
still
now
measure up.
Okay, now I see what you're getting at. Okay, let's back up here. If I take an auto level and say I set up the optics at a certain height. Okay, we go to the center of the optics. Say we're measuring 6 feet, or we've got the auto level set up on a tripod, and I'm going to shoot a mark through the auto level using the horizontal crosshairs 400 meters away. And I've got your range pole or whatever, and you read the mark on your range pole, or you put a piece of tape on there and make a mark where the horizontal crosshair hits that mark, okay? So those two are on the same horizontal, the center of the optics of the auto level, and that mark that you're sighting in distance that's in line with the crosshairs, that defines your horizontal, correct? Okay.
Well,
now,
yeah, over 400 meters. Yeah, that's what you.
That's right. That's your horizontal. Okay. So we've established a horizontal line. We go from the center of the optics of the auto level to that mark that's in line with the horizontal crosshairs of the auto level. So we know that is a horizontal. Okay. So we have that mark at 400 meters away. Now, if I were to take my water level and my 400 meter water level, and I stretch it out over that 400 meters, and I adjust the height of the water in the water level so that, say, at the auto level, I get the height of the water level to line up with the center of the optics of the auto level, okay?
Yep.
Now I go to the far end and I look at the height of the liquid on the far end.
Yep.
And I will find that it will not line up with that mark. It will be lower by 12.6 millimeters.
Well, see, this is where I was asking, right? Where we were talking accuracy before, right? You've said there that they're both bang on accurate, right? Isn't that what you've just assumed? On your model, obviously on your model.
You're doing two different things. With the auto level,
yeah,
you're establishing a horizontal.
But yeah,
with
but
the water level, you're setting level.
You had an accuracy of 3 millimeters before.
That's correct. That's correct.
And you've said
we're establishing a horizontal.
Yeah, well, you said that one there. The other one would be 12.6 millimeters below the one that could have a deviance of 3 mil, plus or minus.
No, you're not listening. Okay. Think again. Now, the auto level, when I set that mark up, that mark will be within about 3 millimeters, let's say, of true horizontal.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I've
now,
just said.
if I take a water level,
true level,
and I set it up to the center of the optics of the auto level, and I look at the other end is not setting horizontal, it's setting level, which is going to be about 12.6 millimeters below what the auto level is telling you. The auto level is setting a horizontal, but the water level is setting a level line, which is different.
Right, okay. Well, if the other one was within 3 mils accuracy, how accurate is the water level?
Well, that depends upon your water level. You told me you have some micrometer adjustment, or if you, without the micrometer, I would say that water level could establish level probably within a millimeter.
Okay, so why would you not use that as your standard of seeing how accurate your auto level is?
Because the auto level is setting a horizontal, the water level is setting a level line. They're different.
Yeah, but you supposedly know the difference, don't you?
Well, you can. In that case, if you know what the difference is going to be, sure, then you could compare and add the difference to it.
Right, so what is the most accurate then?
I wouldn't go with the water level. I'd go with a 2-peg test with an auto level to set it up.
Okay. Let's say you were going for a mile. Then what's the most accurate one then?
Well, again, for setting the water level is not setting the horizontal. It's setting a level line.
Yeah.
The water level would be most accurate for setting the level line or equal elevations. But that's not what you're seeing looking through the auto level.
You start off on the water, right, and say 1 mile from here, I'll go to there. Now that is level. Right, so you say, where do I want my horizontal from? You'll say, well, I want it from this point here at the beginning. Well, you say, well, then you go up 8 inches on the other side, and boom, there's your horizontal. Done. Dead easy.
No. The only way that
you
works...
want it to go the other way? Just
the
go
only
8
way,
inches up from the other side.
Bell, the only way that's going to work with an auto level is you have to set the auto level in the middle, like doing a differential leveling. That's the only way. You cannot go from the auto level and shoot out in just one direction and get the water level and the auto level to agree. The water level and the auto level...
You don't need an auto level if you've got a water level.
If you're trying to set a level line, that's fine, but not if you're going to set a horizontal.
Well, you can just measure up. Do a calculation, measure up from one end, and go boom, horizontal, sorted.
Oh, yeah, you could do that, sure. Yeah, you could
or
do
you
that.
could just use the water level as a tool that establishes a horizontal.
Yeah, if you wanted to calculate and compensate for the Earth curve and how it affects level, then yeah, you could do that calculation and then compensate for that to get where the horizontal line would be. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we call drop distance.
From what you just have to decide which end you want the horizontal establishing at.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Remember that, Rakia. Next time. Horizontal. You want a horizontal? Establish it by working out which end you want to start from, and then you measure up at the other end of the water level.
Yep.
And then that way you could measure your drop of the water level from the horizontal, couldn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah. I like it.
That's essentially what Rumpus is doing in the canal. The canal is essentially his long water level.
Yeah. So all he does is he measures 6 miles. He says the water level will drop this much from that end. So I'll just measure up from there, put a thing, and then go, well, look at that. I'll measure that down. Wow, there's a drop. That's how much the water level drops. Genius.
Exactly. You
Genius.
finally got it.
Yeah.
Down. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds...
That's exactly what's going on. Set a horizontal to the targets using the auto level, and then measure down to the surface of the canal, and that's what you would expect, or that's how you're going to check whether or not there's earth curve. Because the water level or the canal surface water is the same. They're seeking the same level. The canal is essentially just a huge water level. So if the level line on the surface of the water is falling away from the horizontal, you should be able to measure it. If it wasn't falling away, then if, say, you're on a very flat surface and the water wasn't curving away, then there would be no drop to the surface of the water from the horizontal line, other than how far the auto level is up above the water.
Drop of the water level.
Oh, pardon?
Drop of the water level.
Drop. I didn't get that statement.
Drop of the water level.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Over distance.
Yeah. Because the thing you have to remember is the water level, no matter how you set it up, if you compare the two ends, that the two ends, the level or the height of the water in your tubes, or riser tubes on either end, are guaranteed to be at the same elevation or at the same level. Because the thing you have to remember is the water level, no matter how you set it up, if you compare the two ends, that the two ends, the level or the height of the water in your tubes, or riser tubes on either end, are guaranteed to be at the same elevation or at the same level.
Yeah.
So in that sense, in principle, I mean, you're right about the water level as far as establishing levels, say doing that versus using a auto level and doing differential leveling. If you went over a very long distance, you would expect eventually that the water level would be more accurate. You know, if you in principle could build a water level, you know, going that long, I mean, you know how difficult it is doing a 400-meter water level. Imagine how difficult it'd be doing something over a mile or several kilometers or so. It'd be really, really difficult, you know. So that's why surveyors do.
What we're going to do is we're going to get 400 meters and put them together and see how many of us we can get together to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's 4 of us so far, so that would be
1,600 meters.
800.
That'd be almost a mile. Yeah.
No, I think we'd be at a K.
200,
200 meter overlap all the way.
Oh, you're not putting end to end then, you're saying?
No. I mean, we could do. We wanted to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Establish.
Yeah, if you put them end to end,
how long do you reckon the longest water level would be? You know, the longest practical water level.
Boy, I don't know. I mean, you know, the longer you go up, the further you go up, the longer you make your water level, the larger diameter tube you're going to have to be using.
Why?
And,
why is that?
Because otherwise, the possibility of having air entrapment inside the tube is going to be.
Just don't put water. We won't trap any water in the tube. Don't worry about that. Why else?
I can't think of anything else other than that possibility of air in the tube. That's the problem I've always had with whenever I've done long water levels, you know, is getting air in the tubes. Because even no matter how careful you are, it always seems that you trap air, and if you let water sit after a while, you know, air comes out of the water. You know, there's always a certain amount of air entrapped in water, aerated water. And maybe if you filled your tubes with water that's been sitting, say, in barrels for several weeks where the air has come out, then
Distilled
maybe
water.
you'd be all right.
Distilled water.
Don't use seltzer.
Yeah, we use distilled water, George.
But distilled water can still have a lot of air entrapped.
Can it?
Water has air in it?
All distilled means is it just doesn't have any minerals or foreign bodies in it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have air.
No, it means it's been distilled, George.
Yes, but what does distilled means? It means it's taking out all the minerals and impurities, not the air.
It's took everything out of it, yeah.
No, not the air. Distilled water can have air entrapped in it just as well as any other water.
Bro. You can't. That's an air bubble. If
there was air in water, you would see the bubble.
No, not necessarily. The bubbles can be very, very tiny.
Yeah, normally caused by if you add too much pressure to the system, that'll cause that. But we don't do that, Judge. I mean.
Well, I'm saying if you're confident you can get the air out of it, then fine.
Absolutely.
Then go for it. Make as long a water level as you think you can practically do.
But you say that in order to get a horizontal, you need to establish the length and then do a calculation and measure up from the side
correct.
that you want the horizontal setting at.
Correct.
Does that not seem a bit of a paradox?
No.
Where you can have different horizontals in different places.
No, you just have to think about the what you're considering to be the shape of the surface of the water.
But which one? Like, if you imagine, right, that you're at one end of the water level. Now, you're wanting to establish a horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So you measure up a certain distance from where the end of the water level was.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so there is one line that goes from where the water level is to the other end at that height above, and then there is a line that goes from the height above to the other end of the water level, right? They two crossing horizontals. Yeah? That cross at the midpoint.
Wait, I didn't quite follow that. I got the water level part, but what about this horizontal line stuff?
Well, you're going to establish a horizontal. Right?
Okay.
Now those
horizontals.
Okay,
wait. Back up.
Whoa.
Back up.
Whoa.
No. Wait, please.
Hey. Whoa.
Just so that you don't lose me here. Let's say we have NA and NB on your water level.
Okay.
Where are you going to put your auto level?
What? I'm not putting the auto level anywhere. We just got a water
level. Okay. All right. Now. Okay, describe what you want to do again, but we have two ends to our water level, A and B.
Okay. So the horizontal end A will be up from end B. Yes?
Correct.
And the horizontal end B will be up at end A.
Correct.
Right, so if we draw those two lines, they would intersect in the middle.
Correct.
Now, if you go to the middle and set a horizontal, you would have a third horizontal line.
Just a minute. Let me, I just want to, that's correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
Right, brilliant. So, that would mean...
They'll all intersect, those three lines will intersect in the middle.
Okay, and then when you go, so at that midpoint, there are three different horizontals.
Correct.
Does that not sound a little bit weird?
Well, it might to you, but it doesn't to me. If you are talking about a curved surface.
Well, we're not. We're just talking about a level.
Yeah, we're talking about how things actually work on the Earth using the spherical Earth. Now, if you had a flat Earth, then of course all those lines would intersect, and they'd all be one and the same horizontal.
Yeah, level would be horizontal. Yes.
In that case, yes. But on the curved Earth, what you just described is what we would see. We would have three different horizontals intersecting in the middle. Now,
you don't want to take a mulligan on that one, George.
Huh?
You don't want to take a mulligan on that one.
Take a what?
A mulligan.
No.
You do realise you've just said that, like...
Yes, I know what I said, Bev. I realize what I've said. Now, we can check this out with your auto levels. Now, follow me. We're on the same page here. We're doing really good, Bev. Now, say you were to...
We're doing good, George.
Yes, we are, finally, after several months. Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute. Now, to cite our horizontal, Buster. Yeah, that's what I feel like a lot of times, Buster. All right. Now, before I proceed, now, for our horizontals that we're talking about at end A and end B, on citing that horizontal, would you be comfortable with, say, taking an auto level at A, setting its optics up so it's at the same height as your water level, and then sight out on the horizontal on that? Would you be happy doing that?
We like I said, we've already done that over 100 meters, George.
Well, no, I'm asking you, would you be happy doing that?
Would I be happy doing it? I'm telling you again, George. I've already done it.
I don't care if
I
you've done
wasn't
it or not.
particularly ecstatic. I might have had a grin on my face. We might have had a laugh and a joke while we were doing it. But,
Bev, we were doing so good. Why disrupt this? Look, we were doing good. Why disrupt this? Please follow me on this. Because we're going to do an experiment. I'm going to outline an experiment for you.
Wow.
I don't care what you've done in the past. We're talking new thing. We're wiping the slate clean here. Okay. Now, we're going to take...
You keep bringing your old stuff back up every time we say
anything.
Right. I've already done it.
All right. We did all right until now. I guess there's no point continuing. Because you don't want to hear what I have to tell you.
I'm not particularly bothered that much, George, no. Snowflake George is a bit of a bore, actually.
Huh?
Yeah, when you turn into that little child, George, when you start stomping your feet, saying, "Hey, listen."
Well, I'm not stomping my feet. I'm just trying to tell you, hey, hold up! Don't tell me what you've done. Let's wipe this. Let's wipe the slate clean and think about a test that you could do using your water levels and your auto level. All I'm asking you is to just be patient and think about this. Got it?
You want me to be patient and think about a new test that you want to devise?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, don't be upsetting Rumpus now, because he's got Rumpus has got his test.
I don't care about what Rumpus is doing. All I'm talking about is something for you to try yourself, since you have a water level.
I've got loads of tests that I'm doing myself, George. You don't need to worry about us.
Okay, Bev, okay, never mind. I was trying to accommodate you here and get you. You were so close to getting this, but it seems like you just don't want to get over the top of the hill here.
Yeah, George. I don't.
All right. Well,
I think
we were so close.
I think you've done enough damage tonight already, George.
Okay. Well, sorry to have caused damage.
Well, no, I mean you.
With me.
But there's some of the stuff you said.
Well, I know you don't accept it, but I was getting close to show you how you could see if I'm full of bullshit or not.
I've pretty got that sorted, George.
Okay. I'm sure you do. Well, thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I can answer for you before we wrap it up?
I'm fine, George. I'm absolutely fine, but I bet there's other people might want to ask them questions. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's been good having you over, though, George.
Is what?
It's been good having you over. Did you forget about the time you came before?
Well, for once, we've had a decent discussion without extreme interruptions, and it's so much easier when things go slowly if we respectfully can give each other time to talk. And having people in your VC not interrupting is a very big deal because we can get through this stuff in a timely manner. Otherwise, what we did here tonight with what we did tonight with interruptions, we'd probably be not getting it wrapped up until another 12 hours.
Yeah, it's nothing like any of the other servers, is it? You didn't get PNS jumping in, and there wasn't OLM, there wasn't any of the other ones.
What happens?
I mean, even Rumpus fucked off, didn't he? We didn't get Rumpus.
Yeah. Well, it happens on both sides. I'm not just saying it's only the flat earthers that do that. Everybody gets wired and wants to put in their 2 cents worth, and it gets so disruptive. And what normally would take you and I, without interruptions, 5 minutes, 3 hours later, we'd still be batting it,
So, are you of the opinion that there are 2 separate levels?
2 separate levels?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well,
but
what an auto level, the tool?
2 separate auto. What?
Right. Okay. An auto level.
Yeah.
That tool. What does that do?
Sets a horizontal.
Okay. A water level. What does that do?
Sets level lines.
Okay. Is there a difference between level and level?
No, there's a difference between horizontal and level.
Yeah, but one of them, the auto level, does an auto level, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
that's horizontal.
No, you can't be mixing the words here, Bev. Is auto level, what the level refers to there is in a differential leveling. That's how the tool's typically used, is in a differential leveling. In that case, you do not set a horizontal, you set a level.
So what's the difference?
No, okay.
What's the difference?
Geez, we had it earlier, Bev. Now you're trying to blow it apart.
No, you said no. What do you mean? It is an auto level, and it does establish a horizontal plane of reference, does it not?
Yes, from where it is sitting.
Yes.
For where you have it set up, an auto level will set a horizontal plane out from that position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah. So that level establishes horizontal. That level is horizontal, right? When you calibrate it, you calibrate it so it is horizontal.
Yeah. The way I would state it is that the horizontal is tangent to the level at that point.
Yeah, that sounds great. But that level is still horizontal, isn't it?
No.
What? The auto level. You don't think that's horizontal?
It's a horizontal at that point where it's set up, but that horizontal will deviate from the level line as you move away.
That's why I'm saying you think there are 2 different levels. One of them a straight line, horizontal. The other one a level circle.
No. Yeah. You're almost there, but I never said that. I never said the level is a straight line. I've never said that. I've never contended that. Level is never a straight line. The auto level
establishes a horizontal. The horizontal is a straight line.
That's
so the auto level establishes a level, straight, horizontal line.
No, it doesn't. No, it only sets a straight horizontal line. It doesn't set the level along that line. In order to
The
use...
tool
in
is
order,
an auto level.
Yes, that's the word that's used for it. But to use an auto level to establish level, you have to move it to different places. You can't establish a level just using the auto level in one position. You have to do like a differential leveling. That's what differential leveling is all about. You set the auto level in the center and you do a foresight and a backsight.
I feel sorry for you guys.
Okay.
They should have already sorted this. Imagine leaving poor George to deal with this stuff.
I was just thinking the exact same thing, Bev.
Can't be.
This should have been dealt with.
But Bev, I was trying to describe...
Can't be that old, this model thing, can it, George? Come on.
I was trying to describe... You won't let me describe this very easy test that you could use using both the water level and the auto level to check to see if I'm feeding you bullshit or not.
But Rumpus is doing a water level and an auto level. Can he not do it? Are you not just giving him extra work to do?
Well, no, I'm not giving him extra work. Yeah, in principle, Rumpus is doing what I was going to try to describe for you to do, just using your water level without using a canal.
Well, what about if we come down and observe when Rumpus does it? Can we use the Bedford level thing?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do it there.
That's up to you. That's up to you and Rumpus. That's his test. You'll have to make arrangements with him. I can't tell you what you can
Tell us
or
about
can't
this
do.
test then and see how we can update it then.
Well, you know his test. He described it for you
No,
earlier.
this one that you want to teach me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, what I'm saying is take your water level, okay? Say your 400 meter.
Let's say it's a 6 mile one called Bedford Old Fens, right, on the River Delph.
Well, you're not going to build a 6 mile water level, though.
But there is one already there, isn't there?
Okay. Well, then you do just what Rumpus is doing. You take your auto level at one end.
Yeah.
You take your auto level at one end, set it up a certain height above the canal. Let's say you set it up 3 meters above the canal. Okay.
Yeah.
You're on a bridge. You're 3 meters high. You set your auto level up, and you get it all the base set up so that the bullseye bubble, the bubble's in the center, and the compensator's working. All right. So you look through the auto level eyepiece, and you look out in the distance, and you compare that horizontal out at whatever distance you want. Say if you want to go out 6 miles, you see where that horizontal is sighting in the distance, what it hits in the distance, and then go to that object that you're seeing that's in the crosshair. Maybe it might be a knot in the tree or a branch of the tree or something that's lined up with that crosshair, and you measure the distance down from that to the surface of the water. Now, if the earth were flat, that distance would be the same 3 meters as what your auto level is above the height of the surface of the water. If it's more than that, then you know that water must be curving.
The water must be curving, dropping away.
Correct, from the auto level.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Couldn't possibly be anything else.
Well, there might be a little bit of refraction in there, but at 6 miles, there's no amount of refraction that could account for the drop distance that you're going to be measuring.
The only excuse would be the water dropping away.
Yes. Because the most refraction I have ever seen over 6 miles that I've ever measured in doing over 130 measurements, 130 different days, is about 150 arc seconds. And let's see, at 6 miles, 150 arc seconds. Let's see that. That's oh God, I'm tired here. Anyway, yeah, go on. I still got to work on this a bit.
Okay.
Well, I'm saying that the most you could, the only thing that could interfere with that measurement, like I said, would be possibly some refraction, you know.
Do you not think it's fucking ridiculous to say that the water drops away?
No, not at all.
Sounds stupid to me, George. Stupid.
Well, I know it does. But I was trying, you know, this test that Rumpus is doing, which I've done several times over the last 3 years, shows you that it actually is. And you could verify that yourself even using your 400 meter water level. Because we established that the 400 meter water level.
This is nonsense.
Oh, go ahead, Paige.
No, I'm just saying you can give yourself permission to think it's nonsense just because it's something we were all taught, and you know it doesn't mean you have to. You know, if you start talking about it and thinking about it, and things come along that make you go you know, you can give yourself permission to question these things and question these people that have taught you these things.
I don't disagree with that, Paige. I've never disagreed with that.
No worries.
The only difference is I've gone actually out and made measurements and verified for myself that it does conform to the 8 inches per mile squared. That's the difference.
You've measured perspective. All you've done is measured the drop. Yeah, all you're doing is measuring the difference between the ground level and, you know, something that you're looking at, that gap in between, and how that gets smaller, and, you know, the angle changes as you move away from it. That's what you're measuring. You're not, when you measure the ground, that's why you use the water level, because you already know it's a horizontal. So you know, for as far as the surface of that water goes, you're guaranteed a horizontal.
Actually,
that's why we draw things orthographically with, you know, with the Muppet side-on view, so that we can actually show what we can't see for ourselves. That's why we draw it like that, because that's the way it actually is, but we just don't see it like that.
Well, that's the assumption you're making, and that's the error, in my opinion, is the fact that you're using the water level to conform or to compare with the actual drop on the canal. They're both going to be the same,
right.
So you're coming to the wrong conclusion.
Yeah, you say that water is curving around a ball, so even if it would be, you know, same elevation, if you were 2 feet above the water all the way along, you would have a curved line that was 2 feet above the ball, is what you say.
Yep.
Is that right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So how does your water level ever establish a horizontal? Ever?
It doesn't. That's the
thing. You said before, when Bev asked you, does the water level establish horizontal, you said yes.
The auto level does, but not the water level.
Oh, sorry. So, okay, so what did they use to make an auto level know it was straight, know it was horizontal? What did they use to
crosshairs that are etched in? It's the crosshairs that are etched into the optics.
How did they etch them in? How did they know they were horizontal, is what I'm saying. Like, what did they use when they built the tool to know, okay, when we draw these lines on, they're going to be horizontal?
I'm getting to that.
It has a pendulum and magnets in it.
Not magnets, just a pendulum. There's no magnets.
So a vertical gives you your horizontal. So a vertical.
Because the magnets, like
there are no magnets in an auto level.
Well, they're part of the pendulum
No, they are not. There are
The
no
pendulum
magnets
is
in an
fine.
auto
It can
level.
be just the pendulum. That's fine. All I wanted
A
was the
pendulum doesn't make
vertical.
a straight line. It makes a curved line.
It's not a pendulum. It's a plumb bob. You essentially
Because if
have
you swing a
hanging
plumb
from a
bob,
very
it doesn't
fine wire
swing in a
away.
straight line.
Oh, Jesus, this guy never shuts up.
A plumb bob will swing in a curve, not a straight line.
You're not swinging it. All you're doing is letting it hang statically down.
Getting your
so it's
vertical.
vertical.
I'll put the thing up again.
So how do you get the
you can have a
horizontal,
look.
though?
So
We're
now
trying to get
when
the
you get
horizontal.
so you drop your plumb bob so that you can get a horizontal. So you're not using water or anything. You're making your auto level, and you drop your plumb bob. Now you've got to get a 90-degree angle to get your horizontal.
Correct.
So
and
when
that's what the auto level does.
Yep.
It has a
so
plumb
when they
bob.
do that,
I'm trying to tell you.
George,
Yeah,
auto,
I'm trying to tell
auto,
you,
auto
though.
levels do contain magnetic dampening. Why are you saying there's no magnets in it?
all I'm saying is when they
doesn't
do
know
that
what he's
over
talking
a
about.
water,
Yeah, George, you telling me
it
they do
shows
not have
90
magnetic
degrees.
dampening?
No.
George, you're telling me they don't have magnetic dampening, George?
Yes.
You're okay. Well, just Google magnetic dampening and auto level and tell me what you find. You're going to find virtually every single one contains magnetic dampening compensators. So I don't know if you just don't know what you're talking about or you're purposefully lying or what, but they definitely contain magnetic compensation dampening.
Not all of them. Not the ones I've used.
Most of the modern ones,
It's
George.
more. It's more of a viscous oil.
No, George, they use the magnets nowadays for the dampening mechanism, but I mean it's not vital. It's just to stop it from swinging and bringing it to steady. But the pendulum, if you look at that array there that I've just posted, the prism pendulum hangs like that, but it's the way that the mirrors and the lights are all set up. It establishes within those little bits. It establishes its level within that system. That's what the prism.
It sets a horizontal.
Yes.
But how does it know it's horizontal?
Paige, yeah, this is where Paige came up with a brilliant one. Never heard anybody say that before. How do they calibrate that to know it is horizontal?
I'm just telling you, it's that the pendulum mechanism.
The pendulum's within it.
Yes, that's
well,
what's
how
going
do they
on.
know? How do they calibrate that tool?
I went through that with you
No,
earlier.
there's a standard.
The double tight test.
There's a standard. Yes. How do you find that standard? Where does that come from?
What standard?
The horizontal.
You have this
from water
pendulum or this
yes,
plum,
which
is essentially a plum that's attached to this freely moving prism within the auto level. The prism moves along
within
the
auto level to calibrate the auto level, George.
No.
This is so easy to prove, though, because George is saying if we were to hang a pendulum over water, make a 90 degree with a protractor, we would not get on a flat Earth. On a curved Earth, that shouldn't be able to happen. So he's saying water is curving, so it won't make a 90 degree. Yeah, he said the auto level gives you your horizontal. A water level curves around the Earth, is what you said.
That's correct.
Please stop changing. Yes, so
I'm not
please stop telling me I'm
anything.
wrong.
Paige, you've got to remember,
Stop telling
George.
me I'm wrong when I repeat what you say.
Please, calm down.
Paige, George is frail at the minute, Paige. You watch out. Like, he's seriously.
Hey, I've got a really good way to try and explain to him.
You have to go over it.
Stop this nonsense now.
If he thinks the water is curving,
okay, I can't participate anymore. We were doing fine.
It's about time I'm going to be going to bed anyway.
These interruptions are not working anymore.
Yeah, okay.
George, I'm offering you a test to do, and you won't even hear me out. I'm not yelling, I'm not
gone into
swearing, I'm not being
snowflake mode.
nasty. And yeah, it doesn't seem, it doesn't matter how I speak to you, George. You don't show me a two-way street ever.
Turtles
This
up.
is why I get annoyed.
Yeah. Get super triggered.
I'm not triggered. I'm just trying to explain. Now, please don't interrupt
No,
me.
you've turned into Snowflake, George.
No, I haven't.
Yes,
I
you
was
have,
the one explaining
George.
to you,
You're
George.
interrupting.
You should
I'm
stop.
trying-
Yes, because I'm the one explaining something to you. Your turn to listen. Do you understand, George? It's your turn to listen.
I heard what you said, and I just want to answer
No,
it.
because I haven't even got it all out.
Go for it.
Okay, and all right. No, if you think you can answer what I was going to say, go for it.
Oh, this might be a fucking monologue. Please,
Yeah,
Paige, just
I'm not
finish.
going to say.
All he has to do
Yeah,
is take
hey.
a plumb bob and a protractor to a canal, drop his plumb bob, stick the protractor on the water up to the plumb bob and see that he's got a 90-degree angle. There you go. You're not on a curved, your water level's not curving.
They do have a normal anywhere, everywhere. I mean, so that's perpendicular. That's what it's meant to be, right, George?
Right, perpendicular.
Yeah.
Okay, Paige, I was just going to tell you what you have. The idea is correct. Take a plumb, take your protractor, set it up so that you can sight along the protractor
Always,
to establish a
everywhere.
Bev, God damn it, Bev. I'm trying to answer Paige, all right?
No
Paige
sighting,
already
George, no
knows.
sighting.
All right.
Just a little, just one of those little protractors you use at school. Drop your plumb bob, put the protractor on the water and up to the plumb bob, and look at that 90-degree angle. Then you could move 10 meters down, make another 90-degree angle. You don't have to sight anything because you're creating a 90-degree, which would be impossible on a curved surface.
No, see, that's the
That's
point
why
you're
we
missing.
made auto levels,
Bev,
isn't it?
Paige,
See, you're not
Paige.
even listening, George.
Yeah.
Paige, I
You're
am
not even
listening. When
really
you listen,
listening.
put your listening ears on. The problem with what you just said is when you move your plumb and the protractor ahead 10 meters or 10 feet or whatever, now you've established a new plumb. It's not the same as the other plumb.
matter.
That is
You
the
can't have
problem.
a
You're just
90-degree
going to follow
angle.
the curve of the
George,
earth when you do
how
that.
do you get your 90-degree angle on a curved surface?
I'm
That's
saying,
my
you've
point.
got
You
to
can't
set.
have a 90-degree angle, ever. If
Will
I
you
can
shut
create
up
even
for
the
once,
first
Paige?
one.
You're monologuing.
No, because I'm not finished.
Okay,
if I
go.
can even
I'll
create
come back
that
in an hour.
first
Go ahead,
90
keep talking. I'll
degree-
come back in an hour.
Oh my goodness. See, he doesn't want to hear anything. He thinks he's here to teach us. He's not here to hear us out. He's not here to listen if there is anything wrong with his model or if there is a different way to look at it. No, he's just here to tell us what's what.
Yeah, and he talks for like an hour and we listen, right? And then we'll talk for like 5 seconds and he's fucking there ready.
Yeah.
To, like, blurt
Oh,
on
see,
you. I'm
and,
like,
and
bro,
as
we
soon as
sat
Paige
and
got
listened.
here, it's all interrupting. It's like fucking hell. I sat here and listened and listened and listened and listened and listened. Like I've hardly said a thing. You've hardly said a thing.
Yeah, he's
But he
done
can't
Deb
even
and I
hear
were
us.
having a conversation until 90 Degree came in and you came in. If you want to
We
talk,
were
if Deb
asking
wants to set
questions.
aside, if you want to talk, Paige, go ahead, start from the beginning and I will listen and then you tell me when you are finished and then I
It's
will
all
speak.
right. I don't need to start from the beginning because my point is just that 90-degree angle that I can create, even if I can create the very first one, I've shown the globe wrong. It's as simple as that.
No, you
what is
haven't.
the
All
globe?
you're doing is setting a plumb line, taking your protractor and setting it at right angles to that. And sure, it will be tangent to the water at that point. So what? We know that's going to be the case. Now, if you want to compare the
Yeah, you can
surface
do that
of the
every
water.
meter.
Okay, see, there we go.
But I'm just saying you could do that every meter, 1 meter, every 1 meter along, dung, 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 dung. And
I
you
agree.
can't just then say,
Yes, you could
okay,
do
well,
that.
means you're going around a curve. You can't say that.
Yes, I
You've
can.
got
And that's the
no,
problem.
all you've got at 90 degrees, 90 degrees, all you have is 90 degrees and straight lines, George. That's all you've got.
No, the point you're missing.
You can't.
Paige, will you please? Every time you go
Let
1
me put
meter
my curve
ahead.
in here. Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Paige. Come on. Every time you move 1 meter ahead and drop that plumb line so that you can set your protractor at right angles to it, you have a new plumb line that is not parallel to the previous plumb line. All these plumb lines point to the center of the earth, and they're slightly tilted a little bit every time you move forward. So you're just going to be following the curve of the earth.
No, George,
Yeah,
you would need to prove that,
bullshit.
because I can prove that they're all 90 degrees and that every meter I can make a 90-degree angle. I can connect those two 90-degree angles with a straight line. I can prove that.
No, you can't. I can actually measure it and prove it to you.
Yes, I can. No, you can't. All
You
you can
can't
measure is
measure
perspective and say
I can
something's
measure
dropping
it.
in the distance.
Bro,
I can measure.
You
I
measure
can show you that two plumb lines separated 100 meters apart are not parallel.
You're going to show that down isn't down. That's what you're telling us. You're going to be like, see down right here? It's now when you go over here, down is not down. Because look.
Down is always down. It's always pointing to the center of the earth.
No, that's
then
no.
Down is
now you're
different
making down
everywhere
different
you
directions.
Relative
so
to the
down is not
previous
the same
one, yes, it is. It's always pointing to the center of the earth. You're going around the curve of the earth.
No,
Down is down. Down is the same everywhere.
So what you're saying is eventually.
Yeah, down is the
right,
same
down
everywhere, from your feet to the center of the earth.
No, you're going to say that down goes towards the sky, right? Because if I'm standing in point A, down is down, and somebody goes halfway around, their down is going to go to my sky. That's ridiculous, George. You're saying somebody's down is my up.
Yes.
That is outlandish.
We'll be going exactly the opposite.
Outlandish.
Down is always pointing to the center of the earth.
We know that's what the globe model says, but think about it.
Fine.
George, stop.
I just want to make sure you understand what the globe model is.
Think about it as if you're brand new.
Look, Paige, the issue is you have your understanding, I have my understanding, so we need to come up with a test that can break the deadlock. You're not going to accept mine. I'm not going to accept yours. So we have to have a test.
Yeah, it's not even a deadlock. You don't even have one leg to stand on. You know that guy in Monty Python that he ends up being a head on the ground, still trying to start a fight with that guy? That's what the globe's like now. We've chopped every limb off. We've chopped your body off. You're just a head on the ground, and you're still coming for us.
Actually, you haven't. That's the issue.
All right, that's pretty funny, George. You got to admit that's pretty funny.
Well, yeah, I like the Black Knight thing on my Monty Python. I like that, but the issue is that Paige
that's
does
the
not
globe
come
head.
there.
It's just a globe head that's been decapitated.
A globe head, yeah, just boinging around on the ground, spinning out of control.
I guess I've served my purpose here with Bev. At least Bev kind of understood. We went through odd levels and theodolites, and I think I was able to help Bev out there. I don't think there's any point, anything to be gained with me staying here. So anyway, enjoy your evening
hang on,
your
George,
day.
Before you go, Del, you do realise we totally understand your model. We actually do. All of us, even Bev. You know, the things we say to you, the questions we ask are for a reason. They're to try and trigger something in you. Yeah, it's because we understand the globe model that we can ask it. That's why you get angry with us, because we're pulling on these threads in your mind that make you very uncomfortable.
No, it's not uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable for me at all, Paige. All I'm saying is that if you really want to determine which one it is, then you won't. You need to accept an independent test or a new type of test that we claim that Bev's test doesn't prove anything. The way he does his test is just going to ensure that he can conclude that the Earth is flat. when you
I
move
think
your
I'll just stick with my own mind, my own brain, my own experience in reality. I'll go with that, and I'll say that we are definitely on a level plane that doesn't move. Because if it was anything other than a level horizontal plane, the water would flow off, and if we were spinning, I'd get very dizzy and sick.
Okay.
So I don't need anybody else's test. Yeah, that's good enough for me.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to try to convince you that your concept of reality is wrong. I'm not going to try to convince you that. All I'm here for is to explain if somebody wants to do a test that could break the deadlock, I can describe a test for you to do. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine.
But how could my saying if water wasn't on a horizontal level plane, it would flow? How is that reality wrong?
Because
can you show me anything that's not horizontal with water on it where the water's not moving? Can you show me something? Anything?
Yes, I've done those tests. Rumpus is about to do a test like that, and I can show Ben how to do a test with his water level to confirm what I'm saying is correct.
No. Show me water actually staying, like, put it on a plate and then tilt the plate and show me it staying there.
Well, that's not the same thing as on the Earth. The Earth has a large gravitational field. That plate does not.
There's your magic.
Oh my God! So now something that's not a force.
That's where it'll never happen.
There
it's never going to happen in reality. That's the point that you can never see.
You can't even show gravity. Your priests even say gravity. Well, what it is?
See, the problem with your plate. The problem with your water on the plate is that the plate's gravitational field
doesn't have enough gravity.
If the plate was big enough, could you turn it upside down and the water will stick to it? If the plate was big enough, in your
the size of the Earth, when you have the mass of the Earth, that you could turn it upside down as you claim.
George,
yeah.
You think water will stay suspended on a plate if you turn the plate.
And
you're saying,
reality is
crazy. That's crazy. And you're saying you're saying take a.
I'm crazy for saying it will fall off.
And if you make the bowl big enough, you can turn it upside down.
But the thing is you can't.
George, wait, George.
No, not wait. You have to have the same mass as greater than the Earth in order to do this.
Okay, yes. So picture a bowl the size of the Earth with water filling that huge, massive bowl. You have trillions of gallons of water, and you think that if you turn it upside down, somehow magically it's just going to stay in there. You're crazy. Where would you get that idea? Nothing in reality points to that. Nothing at all. You don't have anything
exactly. Where did you get that idea? Like, this is ridiculous.
Well,
you can't even show us a proof
from our perspective in the northern hemisphere, look at the Antarctic Ocean. That's in a big bowl. It's upside down compared to as far as 90 degrees is concerned, and it's not falling off.
That's a fallacy, George. That's a logical fallacy.
Like I say, there's no point. I'm not going to argue with you on this.
Crazy, but you're using logical fallacies. But my logic is the one that's crazy.
George, you're looking at a lake. You're looking at a lake
circular.
Every body of water you look at. No. Every body of water you look at is
the question. You
the same orientation. You changed the orientation in your mind. Right? When you look at the ocean, it's always the ocean at your feet.
I'm not going to argue this point with you. I'm not here to argue. All I was is to have a conversation with that about the levels of the Adelites. If you want to argue with Rumpus or somebody else. I'm not going to argue.
No, I want to know where this comes from. Where are you getting this in? Like, if I had an auto level and I used it in a certain way and it behaved a certain way, I would be like, okay, when I use a bowl of water, it behaves in a certain way. When I put water on a sphere, it behaves a certain way. Where are you getting this behavior from that you attribute to water sticking to a ball because it's big?
You can't do it on a plate because the gravitational field of the Earth, the gravitational field of the Earth is so much more substantial than anything you're going to have on the plate. It only masks what's going on with the plate. You can't do an experiment like that on the Earth.
He wants the back door, so don't give him a back door.
I know. I know where you
can't
do it. So why do you think you can? right? You're just telling me every demonstration cannot be done because of this. So I'm saying, why do you think it then can be done?
Because I see it on the Earth.
But you just said it can't be done. Okay, so we can.
No, I said you can't do it. You can't do it in an independent experiment.
Okay, so in an independent experiment, I could put water in a bowl, right? I could put water in a bowl in an independent experiment. I can even make my table.
Okay, well, I'll tell you how to do it. Okay, I'll tell you how to do it.
Okay, go. Interrupt.
Put your water in the bowl. You're up in the United States here. The bowl is, from your perspective, right side up. Now I'll take it to Paige. From your perspective, Paige is upside down.
No, it'll be right
so the
side
water
up.
is not falling out of the bowl.
Journey. George, if I take the bowl and I have it in my hand and I go to Paige, the bowl will never change orientation.
Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, yes, it does.
No, he's had it in his hand
Yes, on the spherical Earth, it's changed orientation with respect to someone in
question. So you're begging the question.
In reality, I have the bowl in my hand. I walk to the airport, no change in orientation. I get on the plane, no change in orientation. I fly, no change in orientation. The bowl is still horizontal. I've held it. I land where Paige is, I give her the bowl. The bowl has never changed in orientation. Yet you are asserting that it went upside down.
Yes.
You're senile.
You just don't think it changed orientation because you don't see the Earth turning.
You think that? Tell us why you think that. Other than the Earth is a ball, please give me some reason you think this can happen. Please.
Because the Earth is a ball.
Like a flat
That's the reason.
But it behaves just like a flat.
How can I?
It behaves just like a
Because that's reality. The Earth is a ball.
No. Jesus
the
Christ,
reality would be the water would come out of the bowl.
Logic.
When you go upside down, if I had a ball and I was walking around, or a hill, right, that's curved, and I had a bowl and I start going down the hill to where I'm coming around where I was, the water's going to start falling out. You're working on non-reality. You're working on non-reality.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Because your hill is not the same as being on the curved Earth. A hill is a very small portion of the Earth, a very, very tiny portion. It's just a local aberration on the surface of the Earth. You have to look at the Earth in its entirety.
No, we have to look at the bowl of water.
Okay, I'm tired of this.
What you're doing,
have a good evening. Goodbye.
Bro, you're ignoring the bowl of water. Later, George. He ignored the bowl of water, right? You had the bowl, and he's just like, yeah, the Earth.
Yeah, he has to.
Why are you?
He has to.
Why are you paying
makes so
attention
much
to the
sense
Earth?
what we're saying.
Bro, that's crazy,
it's got to be a ball. The Earth is a ball. I know. I believe it's a ball. So therefore, all these things that I've never seen happen, I can't show happening. I can't explain any way to have anyone else show it happening. But it's true because I live on a ball, because I was told.
I think that's a great visualization. The giving a bowl of water, right? You fly a bowl of water across the country. Like, there is no change in orientation, right? Like, you're just, it is the same orientation from A to B. Like, and to say that it's curving, but you don't feel it is just so ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's our reality is the one that's crazy.
We're crazy.
Yeah,
because we don't feel the
even
the
though
curve
he's never
that's
seen.
there.
Yeah, he's never seen any of these things happen. He's never seen water behave like this. He can't demonstrate any of it. He doesn't even have like the most basic proof of concept, like what I can make with a bottle garden or a terrarium or something. You know, I can put dirt and rocks and insects and water, and I can have pressurized air in there. I can even have like a fan creating wind and all kinds of shit. You know, they can't even give me...
And he can't. Well, he's like,
he can't give me any reason.
I can't do anything.
Or I said to him, give me anything other than Earth is a ball. And he went, Earth is a ball. It's like, oh my God, anything but that.
Yeah, we can't do it. Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
Imagine, bro, it's just crazy. To come to the conclusion of the thing that you couldn't do, right? You're like, hey, I can reproduce
and call
all
everyone
of
else
these
crazy.
Yeah, you're bro.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's getting pretty good now.
You can't reproduce. Yeah, it's getting hot.
They really have made us believe that, though, haven't they? Literally, the one thing that you can't show, no one can demonstrate, and that's what they've all got us all believing, that water can
Yeah, it just so happens. It just so
be turned
happens you don't
upside down
feel
and
it.
not fall out. Yeah. Don't feel it, can't tell,
crazy.
even though we've got, sensors to specifically designed to tell us when we're moving and when we're spinning and
Bro,
all
we
that
have the
kind of
same
stuff.
liquid in our ear, bro. That's why we know when we're turned upside down. It's the exact same, bro.
Exactly.
But our reality, we're crazy, bro. This is what I'm telling you. They're trying to and this is what the Ranty thing, bro. Like with Ranty and Sleeping Warrior, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make them, us, even though we're not flat earthers, seem crazy.
Yeah.
Bro, you can Baker Act somebody, man. You know Baker Act? I don't know. You're from Australia. I don't know if they have a Baker Act, but it's
No,
here
what's
in
that?
America. Yeah, somebody can be like, yo, they're crazy. They're threatening to hurt themselves, and they will just come in and put you in a hospital for a little bit.
Yes, we have them.
100% against your 100% against your will. You can be institutionalized.
Against your will, institutionalized. That's it. Yeah, I think you have to have more than one person say it here, but
still, how many Globers are there?
But still, if your whole family ganged up against you, you're fucked, aren't you?
If you enjoyed the content, please support On the Level and future projects. Membership subscriptions available now, or come and get involved at Next Level Discord server. Thank you.